Okay, welcome everyone. I think we might get ready. Have we got David? Is this supposed to be up and on or no? Okay, so are we live streaming? We are. Okay, because I can't see it. Okay, right. Welcome everyone, and welcome to anybody who is watching or listening via YouTube to our council meeting. My name is Karen Redman. I'm the Mayor of the town of Gawler, and I'd like to welcome everyone to this ordinary council meeting. So we'll work our way through our agenda. And I would also like to welcome members of the community who are sitting in the gallery in person. Nicely distanced, of course. Excellent. Welcome everyone, and welcome to staff and elected members and media representatives, Sam and Jack. So Jack Hudson is with us now from Messenger. Is it Messenger? And you're doing northern sort of region up to Clare, is that right? Congratulations and welcome. Welcome back. Okay, so I'll just work through my agenda. So firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the land that we meet on tonight is the traditional lands for the Kaurna people, and that we respect their spiritual relationship with their country. We also acknowledge the Kaurna people as the custodians of the Greater Adelaide region, and that their cultural and heritage beliefs are still as important to the living Kaurna people today. So we have everyone here. Welcome everyone. Therefore, we have no apologies. Are there any motions to grant leave of absence, councillors? Councillor Samble. If you...
Brian Fraser for the 26th of August to the 30th of August.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Shanks, thank you. You've swapped. Just realised. That's all good. I don't know. We have a mover and we have a seconder. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Are there any other motions to grant leave of absence, councillors? There be none. We'll keep moving. We don't have any non-attenders because we're all here. Public open forum. Is there anyone from the community gallery that wishes to speak to council on any matter? Sam, do you wish to speak? Why don't you come forward? Come forward, Sam. Normally we allocate about 5 minutes, but yeah, if you can stick to your 5 minutes, that would be appreciated. But you have the floor, Sam. Welcome.
Thank you.
Is it on? I can't hear you.
Testing.
Actually, bring it up. You get it organised, Sam. You know how to use a mic. That's it. Beautiful. That's better.
There we go. So just wanted to start and say thank you to Ebony Stedman for all her hard work. Sadly, I received a text the other day saying that she'll be shifting positions within the council. She's currently the youth development officer, and I volunteer doing free skateboard workshops at the skate park. So it will be quite sad that Ebony's shifting positions, and hopefully we don't receive a second wave before I can start doing skateboard workshops again. They've been suspended at the moment, but I just want to say thank you to Ebony for facilitating those skateboard workshops and generally doing a great job. Also, I want to say thank you to the council again for your New Start position when it was called New Start. And as a reminder, your position was that the unemployment benefit should be permanently increased to the Henderson poverty line. And as we've seen with the coronavirus supplement, it's been more than doubled temporarily. And just on Tuesday, the Treasurer announced that they would scale it back by $300 in September. which will essentially push about 370,000 people back into poverty, including 120,000 children. So, and then it will be fully cut by December. So that's a devastating thing. And I think that it was really exciting to see the New Start Now job seeker temporarily doubled, and to see that your position come to fruition in a better world, and there'd be a buffer against the recession that we're now in. So it's quite sad to see that happen, and it's going to be quite devastating for our community. I've taken to kind of exploring Gawler Council lately and seeing different parts of it that I've never seen before. And yeah, it's given me a greater appreciation. And I think it would be sad to see more shops closed and more houses for sale when people go into arrears. So yeah. Sorry. I just say that with a heavy heart. And when we originally passed the motion here, Gawler was in the top 20 of the councils in the state that would receive consumer spending to boost the local economy. And so it's going to be quite painful to see people suffering as the recession gets worse, and health experts expect a second wave here, as we're seeing in Melbourne. So I just wanted to, I guess, remind council that you did an amazing thing, and that for a moment we had a glimpse of the future. And now that the government wants to go back on that, I think that's certainly something that if anyone has any ability to raise their voice, they should. And I know I certainly will. I was at Senator Ann Ruston's office the other day. She wasn't there. But thank you again, and it's glad to see everyone in person. And hopefully we don't have to go back to Zoom. And last thank you, which is thank you for the live stream. I think that was a great motion to pass. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Sam. So there isn't no one else that wishes to speak, so we'll move on. There are no deputations. Now, declarations of interest, councillors. Are there any declarations of interest that any councillor wishes to declare for tonight's meeting? I've got two. I've got 11.5 and 11.6, and I'll work through that when we get to those items. There are no adjourned items. There are no petitions. And now we go to item 8, which is confirmation of the minutes. And I'll work through these one by one. So I'm looking for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Kosh, you happy to move? Councillor Hughes, happy to second. Ordinary council meeting, 23rd of June. Any discussion? If not, I'll put that motion. All those in favour of the motion, carried unanimously. Thank you. Special council meeting, 7th of July. Happy to accept a mover and a seconder for those minutes. I'll get a mover and seconder first, and then I'll take your question. Do I have a mover? Councillor Davies, you happy to move? Thank you. Councillor Little, you're happy to second? Thank you. Mover, seconder, happy for me to go to questions? Thank you. Councillor Tooley, you got a question?
Yeah, just a clarification. I notice on the record that for the 7th of July, there is a set of confidential minutes, and there's also a set of ordinary meeting minutes.
Yeah.
We don't ever seem to identify the difference. Is it assumed that when we're approving or confirming the minutes, that we're in fact confirming both?
No, but I'll just clarify with, they're all one set because it's, they weren't kept in confidence, the 7th of, they're public minutes though. They're not confident. Okay, I think that clarifies your question. I thought during this it was just public minutes and then confidential minutes are confidential. So
There's definitely two sets separated on the hub.
So we're doing both. They're just confirming. Yeah. So they're confirming that they're correct or that council's happy with them. Yep, and they're endorsed as such. Okay. We've got a mover and seconder. There's no further discussion. I'll put that. All those in favour, thank you. Carried unanimously, thank you. Special council meeting, 13th of July. Happy to accept. You happy to move that way, Councillor? Thank you, Councillor Tooley. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Davies. Any discussion? If not, I'll put that motion. All those in favour of the motion, carried unanimously. That concludes our confirmation of minutes. Is there any business arising from those minutes? I have Neil down here, but no. Keep moving. Council member reports. Councillor Davies.
So yesterday I attended the board meeting for the Golaran District School, and we had an interesting discussion there, specifically around just dealing with some traffic issues. We're getting a bit of feedback there. Basically up at the Bunnings entrance at the Golaran District School, they're having problems at the.
It's all right. I've got it off. It's my. I've turned it off. There we go. There we go.
So there we go. So basically, they're having some trouble at the. I believe it's a Wombat crossing up there.
They've got two, haven't they?
Yeah, they've got two. So this is the one on the
Bunnings
on the side of school with the Bunnings, and they're just having trouble with just at the end of the school. You know, kids are walking across. Cars are driving too fast still through there, not necessarily waiting for the kids to completely cross before they try to get through. So they've been asking about options for signage and that kind of thing. So I'm not sure to what extent council can help with that. I think we have a minister for transport again as of today, so Gypsy might be able to help. But yeah, that was the feedback I got from the school.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Any other elected member reports? I've put together just some activities that I've been involved in. I was involved in the judging of the SA Healthy Towns grant. It's run through SA Health, but yeah, they have a local government representative. They haven't announced them yet, but it's a really interesting process because it's applications from all over South Australia and really, really passionate regional areas that are looking for a bit of a leg up. Went on radio for Radio Italiana, and a local resident rang up, one Amelia Chiera rang up and said hello, and she's a well-known local woman. So yeah, it'd be good to be able to get Radio Italiana to Gawler at some point. They're keen to come. So I might continue to have some conversations and see whether council might be interested in that. We had a meeting with Debbie Nelson about the development of a community garden. There is some interest in that. So that's there now. Debbie's now talking with staff, and we'll see where that goes. I had a sneak peek of the new exhibition, Firing the Cannon, that is opening tomorrow afternoon here, I think in the James Martin, out here in the Institute, just down there at 5:30, a formal opening of the exhibition. it looks absolutely magnificent. It's about the laying of the foundation stone of the Institute in 1870, and they've done a really, really good job. Staff need to be congratulated once again for that. Met with the Embroiders Guild around some heritage items that are in our heritage collection, and they're looking at doing an exhibition at some point in the future, which would be fabulous. I was presented with a cheque from the Gawler Cultural Heritage Foundation that went towards the restoration of the original Institute banner that was made in 1857, and we still have it, and it's been restored and it's part of the exhibition. It is a fabulous silk banner. It really does look brilliant in its position in the gallery currently. So if you get a chance, go and have a look at that. And I think there's more articles. Yesterday I went to St Bridget's School in Evanston. I'm an ex-student of St Bridget's, and they're doing a podcast for their 50th birthday. So we chatted about just St Bridget's and Catholic life in Gawler, and it was really fantastic. Look out, they're putting together a podcast of old scholars and people connected to the school. So that's a really fantastic. And I also went to Rotary Club of Gawler Light presidential changeover dinner on Friday night. And that was fabulous. It was a packed house at the Gawler Arms. So really good to get back into things as we sort of open up. And hopefully, Sam, we don't have a second wave, but fingers crossed, eh? Yeah. So that's my report. Councillor Hughes and then Councillor Tooley.
Just briefly, last Thursday I did go to the Gawler Area Health Advisory Council meeting at the hospital, and I'll make sure I get the minutes in to the governance team straight away.
Thank you. Councillor Tooley.
Thank you, Mayor. You might remember in May last year that 4 members of the Youth Advisory Council came to Brisbane with me, and they trained with about 850 other delegates as climate reality leaders. Well, due to COVID, Climate Reality has had to change its model. So we've just finished a 9-day online training to 10,000 worldwide. I was a mentor, part of the mentor team. I have a group, and they crossed 130 nations. We've just finished that, just graduated that with Al Gore leading the whole training. Jack Gill, who I think, is Jack on the Youth Advisory Council still? And he's on the Climate Emergency Action Plan Working Group? Yeah. So Jack applied to be a mentor, but wasn't successful. But they were so oversubscribed, there's another 4,000 on the books. And Jack looks like he'll be an international mentor in the August training, which is running in about a month's time.
Oh, that's brilliant.
So it'll be a wonderful experience for him. And the Zoom technology was just amazing. And the presentation that Al Gore gave to set the context in 4 live streams just gave the full context. And what's never happened before, they did the connection to the COVID connection to climate change, the movements for Black Lives Matter, all of that came into the presentation. And then we had a number of breakouts with really key and switched on people from different countries. And like we're sitting here tonight, you'd have someone from Africa beaming in and talking to us, someone from Indonesia, and the stories were just phenomenal. And the one thing that was a standout, everyone in the training at the beginning got depressed because the data is so horrible. But by the end, the solutions, and we need a workshop to share that, there's not enough time tonight, but the solutions that are at hand, if there's the will to do it, are just amazing. And it gives you hope that we can solve this. So, so if Jack does get selected, I think that'll just enrich his input into the YAC and into the Climate Emergency Action Group Working Party.
That's really exciting for him, isn't it? Yeah. So just on climate emergency, the motion went up to the LGA board last week. I moved that motion and it was successful. So it will be going through to the AGM unchanged.
Great.
So I thought you might like to know that.
Yes, very much.
Okay. Now, so I'm hoping somebody might move that we accept the verbal updates of council member reports and the written. Yep, Councillor Little, we happen to move that way. Councillor Fraser seconded that we accept. So, sorry, Chris, I'll allow you to catch up. That the verbal and written reports, written elected member reports be received and included in the minutes. Attached to the meeting minutes. Thanks, Chris. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So we'll move on. We'll get stuck in. So I am now on, for people watching on YouTube, I am on page, where am I? I'm on page 5 of our agenda. And that is our first officer report, boundary reform proposal update. Henry, our CEO, do you wish to make any comments before we get stuck into debate?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Members, if I could just briefly, obviously the report is self-explanatory. I think we've progressed with this initiative in a careful manner. We've engaged closely and carefully with the Office of Local Government. We've sought their advice at the key points. The substance and the integrity of Council's submission is there and has been assessed by the Commission to be sound. We certainly have a strong foundation to move forward if that's Council's intent. And it's important to note, as per part 9 of the recommendation, that the town of Gawler is the only council in the state that has and would otherwise progress to this stage in the boundary reform process. We certainly feel that the structure of the way forward will allow council to engage with the community, to provide more than adequate opportunities for all members of the community to participate, and for us to seek that input before then considering where to from this phase onwards. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Davies, you happy to move the officer's recommendation? Is that what you wish to do? And do you wish to speak?
So yeah, this is good news, not only because the Commission has looked and said this is a legitimate proposal, but there's also a few saved costs and things as well. They've recognised that that us doing polling for outside of our own council area is sort of an odd expense for us to deal with, and it should be the Commission's responsibility. So they'll be able to help with that. In general, I just think it's something that, and it is important that ours did go through, and that this is not just something that, it's not a hand wave through, it's not a, oh yeah, anything that gets in here will make it to stage 2. Like the light proposal did, they submitted their proposal and they, the response they got was, this doesn't really consider the communities of interest and all of this that we'd like to hear about, but this does cover it. So yeah, I'm happy with this. The general discussions on boundary reform, I think, we've had a few times, but look, I think it's something where it's pretty clear on the face of it why we would do something like this, and I think that's reflected in the fact that it's come to the Commission and they've said this makes sense to us. It is, of course, always going to be more complicated than that. The question of whether, for example, residents in Hewett or Gawler Belt feel like they're part of the Gawler community is a separate question from, do they feel like they want to be part of the Gawler Council, for example, because one of those is a community-based thing, and one of those is a look at the newspapers, what's Gawler Council up to now, sort of, based thing. And, they'll come to different decisions on different topics. But I think on this topic of, does it make sense that our community of interest in Gawler includes, the general surrounding region? The Commission's come back and said, yep, that makes sense to us. So yeah, I'm happy with this.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Little, do you wish to speak?
I mean, it's no secret. I opposed Hewett initially to be built there when I was on council before. So I've always thought that eventually they would come into our town. They use our postcodes, they use our amenities. I know that happens in other regions as well, which align to each other. But speaking to a lot of people in Hewett, if you ask them you listen to them on the radio, where do you live? Gawler. What suburb? Hewett. So they say that all the time. So I don't think there's any impost on them to be part of Gawler. The amenities will not change as much. The rates may be a little bit different. I was involved in alignment to Gawler when I previously moved to Gawler when we were in Monopara. I got a hell of a shock when I got my rates notice. I thought I lived in Gawler and then I was in Monopara, and all of a sudden, without telling us, we were in Gawler. Never even got asked. So at least Hewett residents are having a chance to have a say where we never did initially when I first moved here. So I like to see this progress a bit more. If it doesn't come to fruition, so be it. But I like to give it a go. Thank you.
Thank you. I open it up to the floor. Speakers for or against? Councillor Tooley? Yes, certainly.
A couple of questions first, Matt. The cost, I'm just trying to get my head around it. I've looked at the back of the document, the officer's document. Talks about 250,000 plus a 20, and I think we had the 20 that we've already spent. I'm going to say 290-ish, 290,000. What I don't understand though is that 290,000 what we expect to have spent to get to the completion of stage 2, or is that 290,000 including the costs that we will incur down the track? For example, we know from reading this document that the Commission, if we're successful to stage 2, they say they then undertake a very comprehensive consultation, which is part of the argument in this document that says why they've changed the rules a bit. So our consultation can look a bit different, but they say when they do it, we are going to pay.
That's right. Yeah.
So what I'm trying to work out is, do we see the 290 as being it? So we get through to the end of stage 3, yahoo, it's achieved. We're likely to be out of pocket 290, or does 290 just get us to stage 2 and then we've got another $300,000 to come when the Commission gets involved?
My understanding is that takes us all the way through, and the 250 would be an estimate for the Commission, because that's across 21, 22. But Henry, I'll defer to you to answer that question.
Yes, the 250-290 is for a complete processing of the boundary initiative through to the stage 2 and stage 3.
So you had another question, Ian?
On page 10 of 110, there's an accounting of what the Commission apparently has told us. And around about the middle of the page, there are 5 points. And then the officer's report says at the bottom, with regard to the correspondence, particularly point 1, all right, so it singles out point 1 and then it goes on. My question is, why was there no commentary on points 2, 3, 4 and 5? Because they seem to be significantly powerful statements as well, but they don't seem to have been reported on. Happy to be proven wrong, but they don't seem to be to have been reported on by the officer's report.
Okay. David Barrett. David?
So through the chair, I hope I can clarify. The report itself, Councillor Tooley specifically refers to point 1 in that because we needed to get clarification from the Commission around that point 1. Regarding points 2 to 5, we were comfortable as officers that we understood what the Commission meant. So the commentary specifically to point 1 was the fact that we needed to clarify what administrative actually would mean. And when we went back to that clarification, administrative is only a change of boundary around a specific private property area. So that's why we've gone back with, well, ours are a general proposal, not an administrative proposal.
Thank you. Any other questions at this stage, or do you wish to speak for or against Councillor Shanks? No problem. If you could, yep, awesome, thank you.
Just regarding the points 1 to 9, I've just got a couple of questions on that. You made a statement that said we're the only town, the only council that have got this far. How many councils have actually applied for this position? Like, you know, we're one of how many? What are we hanging our hat on here?
Through the chair, from my recollection, there are about 4 or 5 submissions in the system from various councils around the state.
Thank you. Any speakers for or against? Oh, you had another question? I'll just turn it on if you can. Sorry, I think I turned it off. There you go.
No, that's all right. No worries. So the money we'll be spending from into the next stage, what does that cover? All like the surveyors and the conveyances that we'll actually need to lodge with the Lands Titles Office, the actual boundary reallocating? How does all that work? And also, if we're taking over an asset from a neighbouring council, are we going to be expected to pay for that asset? How does that work?
Thank you. Henry?
Importantly, this decision of council only would otherwise commit council to the $20,000 or $30,000 mark. The 250 then is after it deliberates on the community feedback and it's then at a position whether or not it wants to pursue a part 3. So the 250 is in the future. In terms of the costs of the consequences of boundary reform relative to either council or the other associated councils or state government, no, that's not factored in. Then also relative to the assets that may transfer to council or we may transfer over to an adjoining council, that's not factored in. That's the analysis that the Boundary Commission, the investigation is what they will then undertake.
Okay, I think that answers that question. I'll take somebody who wishes to speak for or against at this stage. Any speakers for or against Councillor Goldstone? And then I assume you want to ask another question, Councillor, but I'll come back to you. Councillor Goldstone.
Yeah, look, I just wanted to mention, I think it's a good report, which together with the attachments and the feedback from the Commission, in my mind, make it very easy to support the recommendation as listed. So I'll be voting for the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Tooley, I'll go back to you. You got a question?
And I will want to speak to the motion.
Okay.
Question.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, possibly to Mr. Annett. There are quite a number of unknowns, obviously. And picking up on Councillor Shank's point, and let's just take Hewitt, the question around this. If it was determined that to take over the asset of Hewitt, that we would have to compensate Hewitt with many millions of dollars, have we thought of that, number one? And number two, how would we pay that? And third, do we have any examples of a quantum of what that might look like? Would it be 30 million we have to spend to buy their roads, their parks, their community centre? So do we have an idea of what the quantum might be? Would we at that point fall over and say, well, oops, didn't realise that, thought we were just going to get Hewitt, but now we've got to spend money. We haven't got it. Therefore, deal's done, finished. We can't proceed because we just don't have the money to buy it. So
If you
some
can
thinking on that.
clarify that, Mr. Innett, that would be, yeah, just turned on, there you go.
Through the chair, the proposition that council would otherwise pursue a boundary reform initiative that's not financially sustainable, obviously would question why we would proceed. And that would then come as part of the Part 3 investigation. As far as I understand, a boundary alignment proposition does not include financial compensation. So there's no doubt that council has many opportunities for hold point positions to decide whether to proceed or not. And I would suggest, and it would be a recommendation of mine, that if it's not financially sustainable or puts council in a difficult financial position, I'd be the first person to recommend not to proceed.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak?
I find that a very interesting answer. I'm speaking against the motion. If you just took example of the building that we built where our other branch library is, out Evanston Way, we had to borrow a lot of money to build that. I'm just imagining then if the adjoining council area was to take that over, how we'd feel. I would have thought we'd want some compensation because we've spent a lot of money. We remember the people in the gallery going at us regularly about they felt there was, big questions over that money. Hewitt's invested a huge amount of money. So I can't imagine it just going away and the Boundary Commission saying, you've got it. I've spoken against this right from the very start because I just don't believe we ever had a mandate to do it. I know the Mayor in her opening media release when she first took up her position in the second term said that, I want to be known by the Civic Centre as the centrepiece of my first term and boundary reform the second. And I get that's what you want, but to come in as a motion without notice the way it did, without any workshops taking us forward, without any answers to those financial questions, I always thought was a flawed model, and I've argued against it ever since, because I don't think we were ever taken on a journey to see the benefits of it. It was just it came as a motion without notice. I think that's bad practice, and I've said that all along.
It was a motion on notice.
No, it was a motion without notice.
No, it was a motion on notice.
The argument too that, well, you've got, people on your boundary, therefore maybe you should take hold of them, again, is a flawed thinking because every single council in Adelaide has another council across the road. And therefore, if that was the justification, then a number of them would try, and a number did. We've seen, I think it was Marion and some in that area gave it a bit of a tickle and then realised, you know what, it ain't that simple. There's opposition from the people living across the road. They don't like it. And if you take a little council area like Walkerville, Walkerville, I think, is one of the smallest councils, and the argument could be put that it could be swallowed up easily by a number of other councils, but it's not, and it operates as a sustainable council. And even if we do expand to Hewitt and take that, wherever you draw the line, that other council can set up a satellite. They can do it. We've seen St Ives and we've seen what's happening out towards Roseworthy. There's absolutely nothing to stop Light Council putting them on the side of our boundaries. And then what are we going to do? Say, well, we want to keep expanding. Well, the councils in Adelaide haven't done that. They've lived with their boundaries, even though right across the road they've got several other councils. They live with that. I just don't think that's a justification. And the reason I say there's no mandate is I've lived here since 1980, and I used to be in the Barossa, a bit like you in Manapara, on Cheek Avenue, and then it moved out to Sunnydale. I liked being in the Barossa, because whilst people don't know where Gawler is, they might not know where Adelaide is, but if you're overseas and you mention Barossa, they all know where the Barossa is. Anyway, we became part of Gawler in that expansion. And we just don't, in the time I've been here since 1980, I just have not, I disagree with you. I do not believe there's ever been a voice that says we must grab those new areas. It just hasn't been there. And I did a search at the time when it was claimed by members in here that everyone I speak to is crying out for boundary reform. I heard that from several members. So I thought, well, I'll go and have a look. They've never spoken to me. And I went to the Bunyip and I did a search on the Bunyip and had a look. I checked on social media. I couldn't find it. But what I did find was a massive call for action in the rural zone. That's been there for decades, but we haven't listened to that. We've shelved that. We're not acting on that. And yet, out of the blue, let's go for boundary reform. And the other thing we've done is we've completely off-put our neighbours. Light, where we had a really good connection with Light and Adelaide Plains and Barossa, that's been significantly damaged because they feel that, like I feel we've been railroaded. I think those mayors and those councillors feel railroaded as well. So they're my reasons for speaking against this. And I think we're going to spend possibly 300,000 or more. And then I think it'll fall over. I think the wider community feedback will say we don't want to come. Councillor Shanks has already done some research on that.
5 minutes.
I think the dollars will end up being, we can't afford to compensate.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this matter? Councillor Koch?
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I'll be supporting this motion. I think it is obvious that Gawler is a regional centre and it's always grown. For example, originally the boundary was East Terrace, then it went up to Cheek Avenue, then it went up to Sunnydale. We've always expanded. That's the way it is. Gawler was established to be a regional centre, a regional town. That's what it does. Unfortunately, we've got Hewitt, who's decided to land themselves on our boundary and take advantage of our services, our good heart. They use our facilities, our sporting facilities, our cultural facilities, etc., etc. The people that live in Hewitt don't see themselves as people, as they see themselves as Gawler people. They don't see themselves as Kapunda or Freeling people. You only need to talk to them. Where do they play footy? Where do they go there? Where do they go to church? Where do they do this? Where do that? It's all in Gawler. So Gawler is their cultural centre. And that's what it's all about. It's the community of interest. It's where people feel comfortable. And I know people in Hewitt and they say, basically, you know, we feel that we're part of Gawler. Now, the other issue about your neighbours, it's all well and good to talk about your neighbours, you know, one suburb, another suburb. But if you actually look at all those suburbs, all those councils are providing all the resources and amenities for their residents anyway. In this case, they're not. Hewitt is not providing all the amenities for their community. We actually had the developer for Concordia actually come in and actually say, oh look, we're going to take advantage of the sporting ovals that are adjacent to us. They actually said that. They said they're not actually going to build any sporting ovals. They're just going to take advantage of the sporting ovals that are adjacent to us. And that's what they said here. So in their mind, they're already saying that they're going to build a community out there, but take advantage of our facilities. So that's actually putting stress on our ratepayers. So our pensioners of Gawler are having to support other ratepayers. So, you know, so your Lights and whatever, they're sitting back there laughing because they're getting, all their residents are getting a lot of resources, a lot of amenity. They don't have to do very much at all, mow the grass maybe. So I think this step forward is a good step forward because it is something that historically has happened in Gawler. Because as I said, the boundaries have changed continuously, expanded out, and it is what the community of Gawler want because a lot of people have spoken to me about it and it's been going on for years and years and years. So I'm quite happy that it's going to move forward, hopefully, and we do the next step and we just see how far we get. And I agree with our CEO, if it's financially unsustainable, you know, I won't be voting for it. But I think if it provides justice for where we are, I'll support it. So I'll be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Councillor Hughes and then Councillor Shanks.
Yeah, I'll just fairly brief, but yeah, I support the motion. I think this is part of following the due process that's been set. And if you read the report, I I think it's pretty straightforward, as Councillor Goldstein sort of said. It is sensible. It is good for our whole catchment area. Gawler is a hub. We've got central sporting, ovals, and a lot of those players, often in the majority, don't actually live in the Gawler Council area. Come here for shopping. Our library users as well. There is a large percentage of library users that don't come from the Gawler area. It's good that we will be hopefully offering our whole community of interest a say, so they'll be able to have a say if they do become part of Gawler. We also will share some of our sustainability, our growth. So there is a benefit there for all ratepayers and everyone that uses council's facilities, so they can grow. I think boundary reform has actually been very high up in our community plan for the last number of community plans, and our updated community plan, boundary reform, is back in there again. So it's definitely been in our planning process. And the new legislation that we've got allows us to follow a plan that I think is fairly straightforward and inclusive. So I think that's really important. At election time, nearly 2 years ago, I actually had ratepayers phone me and say that they would support me as a councillor if I voted for boundary reform and was involved with boundary reform. And that was the single issue that they actually rang me about. So I've also seen letters to the editor from residents in Cowbeatha that want to be part of Gawler, not the Barossa. There are previously been over the last 20 years or more, and I think the Hewitt debate was a big one many years ago. So I think most ratepayers of Gawler realise that they are supporting a huge catchment area with their rates. They do say their rates are high, and often we do have 4 football ovals that we have to support. We do have a huge catchment of people using our facilities, our shopping centres and shops and things like that as well. So I think this process is straightforward. This only just takes us to the next stage, but I think it's important that we follow the process and continue on. So happy to support it.
Thank you. Councillor Shanks.
Yeah, look, I think my opinion on this is I'm probably going to be repeating myself as I'm talking, but I'm not against boundary reform. I'm actually for bringing the voice of our neighbouring suburbs into Gawler. I'm for giving them a say in who they want elected. I'm just not for going about it this way because I think there was a couple of easy steps we could have done, and I've tabled something that you can all look at tonight that was actually pretty hard for me to fit in with my lifestyle and do a bit of a door knock. But as you can see, it's evidence that shows an opinion. Now, I would have loved to see, a couple of hundred people, to be honest, to answer my question, which is just a simple one. You are now a light council resident. Would you like to be a Town of Gawler resident? Now, my opinion is I would love for them to be a Town of Gawler resident. Exactly the reasons I listed before. However, I'm not interested in a hostile takeover. I'm wanting the community as a whole to be brought along in this journey, and we have neighbouring councils that say they haven't. They feel like they've been blindsided. And we could have avoided that argument by just a couple of simple surveys, just a bit of more engagement. But instead, what we've done is the Boundary Commission have come up and said, hey, here's a process, and now we're throwing money at it. And what people are questioning is this a money grab by Gawler Council? Is the best interest for the community, or is it a money grab? We go on, and then we go around the table on what each elected member feels. With all due respect, I'm not really interested in your opinion of it, because my opinion is actually exactly the same as yours. But I'm interested in what the overall opinion is of whose lives these are actually going to affect. We talk about footy clubs. I mean, does that mean we need to take over Anglevale? Because I've got a lot of mates that live in Anglevale and they pay for Gawler Centrals. We need to really hone in on what it means, why we're doing it, and not be driven by emotion. And just because we feel it's the right thing, we need to make sure it is the right thing. And we probably should have had some workshops. We should have worked our way in before we're throwing money at it, in my opinion, because we keep on selling ourselves as the top 2% of growth. And from that, our rates are quite high. That's what it is. That's what we want to say. We're against rate capping because we're providing all these services. Now we're saying we want to grow again. We want to take neighbouring suburbs because it's going to be in the best interest, and it's sounding like it has to be in the best interest of our pocket. Otherwise, we're not going to move forward. So, you know, we talk about the neighbouring communities coming in and using all our services. Now, I've calculated what we're overtaking, and we're saying about 8,000 to 9,000, if I'm calculating correct, in our neighbouring suburbs. But then we also hang our hat on that we service 80,000 people. So what is the 9,000 actually going to give us with what we have to outlay to get them to actually turn around and go, this is the best financially and community driven for our community as a whole, not just Gawler? That's why those questions I want to be able to nail home, be able to get a hold of before we turn around and go, well, this is the process, and then not answer any of these questions, because those are the questions, those are the reasons we advance, not because there are people that live in Hewitt and they come over and use our schools, because the argument is, well, people do go to Xavier as well, and that's a light school. And are we taking that over, or do we have to pay for that? We need to get to the nitty gritty to figure out if we're saying we're going to spend 30,000 right now. I mean, it might not be a lot to some, but 30,000 is a lot. You know, we need to be cautious. And this survey took Councillor Simon Zeller and myself 8 hours to achieve. Now, if you want to pay us $50 an hour to do that, we're talking $800. And that already has more factual community want than anything I've heard so far.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councillor Davies, you can close the debate.
Yeah, look, well, first I'll just cover a couple of things that have been mentioned previously. I agree with Councillor Shanks that we should be doing consultation and that kind of thing, and that's why I'm supporting the motion. This is the next step if we want comprehensive, you know, kind of polling and educating people on what's going on and all of this kind of thing. That's what the expenses are, you know. So yeah, and then as for the sort of slippery slope argument of, oh, if anyone can go around grabbing councils and why can't this council grab this or why can't this council? Well, that's what the commission's for. That's why all of these other proposals got knocked back and ours didn't. It's because if councils do say, oh, we want to do this, you know, we want to just split up the Gawler Council, you know, it's unrelated to us, but we've submitted that, you know, then the commission will get it and they'll say, no, thanks. And, you know, they didn't say no, thanks. They said, oh, this makes sense. This isn't just about randomly grabbing suburbs. You've explained why there's a community of interest around Gawler, and you know, and that's what we wanted you to explain. And they've said you, unlike other councils, can go to the next stage. So that's my thought on that one. And also, just in general, a reminder that this is not the Hewitt boundary proposal. I know we focus on Hewitt all the time, but there's about 10 different suburbs, and a lot of it is a lot less fraught than the Hewitt discussion. Calbeeba, as I understand, the Barossa hasn't been particularly upset about the idea of Calbeeba. I think that makes sense to a lot of people. Playford, I don't think, could care less if, you know, they added or lost a few suburbs. I haven't heard anything to the contrary. So, you know, it's not that, you know, Hewitt is one that we are, you know, there's a lot of discussion about, but just a reminder that even if we do knock back Hewitt, in the end we say, oh, this Hewitt thing's going to be too expensive. There are other things that we've put forward, like this Concordia issue, which I think is important. I think that's that's the kind of thing that's a cost saving in the long run, as well as a cultural saving for Gawler. They're saying right outside of Gawler, we're going to build, 20,000 new houses or whatever. Well, if we want the Gawler community to still be the Gawler community, we need to, in advance, step in and say, we need to make this one consistent community. When the houses are built here, we'll be able to integrate them into the community. We'll send out newsletters. We'll invite them to the Civic Centre events. We'll make them part of Gawler. And that's something that we do if now and not in 30 years when we're grumbling that Concordia is part of the Barossa Council. We need to deal with that now. So yeah, those are my thoughts. I hope that we support this proposal.
Thank you. Debate's closed. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. All those against? It is carried. Councillor Tooley has called a division. All those in favour, please stand and stay standing, and I'll call your names out. All those in favour, where are you, Chris? I'll just allow the minute taker to catch up with us. How are we going? Thank you. Okay. So all those in favour are Councillor Davies, Councillor Kosh, Councillor Goldstone, Councillor Little. I can't see the... Oh, okay. Councillor Little, Councillor Hughes and Councillor Fraser. Please stay standing and I'll call the names of people who are against. All those against are Councillor Vallelonga, Councillor Tooley, Councillor Shanks and Councillor Samble. The motion is carried. Thank you. You may take your seats. You got that, Chris? Yep, thank you. Okay. So thank you, elected members. That was a really good discussion. 11.2 on page 19. Where are we? Okay. And so we have the Statutes Amendment Local Government Review Bill 2020. This is coming, and there has been some feedback provided by the administration. Thank you. It has gone to the Audit Committee. Just one added bit with the Audit Committee is, where is it? Trying to find it. Council Administration, there we are. So on page 230, Paul, the Audit Committee did talk about having a split of elected members and independent members, not just majority. That hasn't come through to this document. This is in relation to the makeup of the audit. Yeah.
Yes, through you, Mayor Karen. My understanding with the legislation proposal is that with the makeup of the Audit Committee, there would need to be a majority of independent members on the committee. But there was debate at the Audit Committee and concerns about that in terms of continuing to make sure there was appropriate elected member representation on the committee as well.
So it'd be good to have that fed back into our feedback from the administration, from us.
Yes, yes. The purpose of the report tonight, Mayor, is to get feedback from the council to inform a submission back to the LGA on this matter.
elected members? Councillor Tooley?
I'm glad that Mr. Horde mentioned that, because the second point here says that we're actually voting to note the feedback. And that was going to be my question. We haven't had a workshop, and this is obviously a major reform that's been floating around for some time. And given that you are unlikely to suspend meeting procedures as you choose not to do that, I'm wondering how can members give quality feedback? And there might be quite a bit that a number of us want to say, and we just haven't had a workshop. So if it's simply going to be tonight, if we all choose to use our 5 minutes and that's it, that does seem fairly inadequate opportunity for feedback.
So when does this need to be in? 9th of August, which is really a week away. What we could do, I mean, we could suspend, but we've got a lot on our agenda, and if you want a proper workshop, it's going to take 2 hours, and we don't have 2 hours for this meeting. What we could do, this is a suggestion, and I take on board what you're saying, Councillor Tooley, this is the most important matter. I think that if people want to provide feedback, we could provide feedback within a week. It is a bit bitsy because then we don't know what that feedback is. I am happy to suspend meeting procedures for 15 minutes, but not much longer, because I think we'll run out of time. If you're happy for that, I'm happy to do that to get discussion going, but it needs to be that everybody gets a say, which is really, you only get about a minute. So I'm happy, we do need to feedback. I think it's most important. Councillor Shanks, you got a suggestion?
We have a governance workshop on Thursday. Can we allocate an hour to that? So it's like a double workshop.
That would be better. Yeah, that would be better. But what we could do is incorporate, if we make a resolution tonight that encompasses that, if we're comfortable, that way we've got a resolution so we can proceed. Although it is a workshop, we make a decision here that we feed in any feedback from that workshop. I think that's acceptable, CEO? Is that acceptable?
Let's call a special council meeting after as well.
The other thing we could do, again, is we can call a special council meeting to deal with this on that night after that workshop and deal with it if you wanted to. I think it's important that we do feedback. So if you're comfortable with that strategy, now we've got a workshop. Have we got two? We've got 2 workshops, haven't we? Sam's getting worried. No, we've got 2 workshops, so we could sneak in not sneak in, but we could slot in a special council meeting somewhere. Maybe we'll think about that. And if people are comfortable with that idea, and so if for this motion notes that feedback from council members will be provided at an upcoming special council meeting on Thursday, the 30th of July.
If we're talking about this at a special council meeting, we have a workshop, can we defer 11.2 to special council meeting?
Well, we can.
Is there any reason to discuss it now if we're going to?
You can defer it, yep.
Can I move that way?
You certainly can. So
move to a special council meeting on Thursday,
Well, we haven't announced it. So what we'll do is it might be better to say deferred to a special council meeting to be advised, and then we do that properly within the statutes, so that people who are, so that people get a warning of it.
Yep.
How about that? To be advised. You happy with that? I think then we've got flexibility. We can, depending on what time, we can think about the appropriate time on Thursday night to have the special council meeting. In the meantime, may I suggest, and I'll take a seconder, that we look at and perhaps get your notes together so we come relatively prepared with our thoughts for that. And we allow about an hour because we do have those. I think we'll allow an hour for that special council meeting. You happy to second? You happy to second? So we've got a seconder, Councillor Tooley, and then Councillor Samble. You happy to? We've got a seconder. Yep. Okay, awesome. Any other discussion then?
Mayor, and I think this is a good move because this has been floating around for a while. We've seen the LGA's recommendations before. It's just a shame that we haven't, wised up and slotted one in, which we should have done. So with the special council meeting, assuming it happens on Thursday, how do we get the workshop component? Because that's where we need the opportunity without the shackles of restrictions to actually feed in our thoughts.
Well, what we'll do is we'll have a special, I think it needs to be within a special council meeting because we're making decisions. If we do it within a workshop, I don't think it'll fit legally. That's my gut feel. I think that what we can do is have our special council meeting and I'll allow a workshop environment so that we're still within, we can still make a decision and we cover off on that legal parameter, okay? Now, I didn't miss anyone. Did you want to speak, Councillor? You've moved, so you're all good. Councillor Fraser? Yeah, Thursday night. There you go.
Talking about the date, if we can't fit it in on Thursday, there is nothing next Tuesday, and that's on the 4th, so you've still got 5 days from the time it has to be in.
And that's where we've got to be advised. So we'll have a think about it. We'll make sure that we've got adequate discussion. It needs to be in by the 9th. Yeah, we'll have a think. We'll endeavour to do it Thursday. I think that's, but I don't want to jeopardise our workshops, and we'll allow an hour for this. But yeah, it does. We'll have to think about how best to do it, and maybe we'll send an email around and so everyone feels comfortable. Okay. Okay. Any other discussion? If not, Councillor Shanks, are you happy for me to put that motion? Put that motion. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay. Now, agenda. Local roads. Local roads, and now I'm on page 23 of the agenda, and we have some suggestions from staff, and we have a recommendation from the $405,562 from the federal government. You happy to move that way? Moved by Councillor Hughes. You happy to second, Councillor Little? Mover, do you wish to speak at all?
Just quickly, thank the staff for the report and receiving the money. I think it's good to extend our footpath program. It's also our staff actually do a really good job laying new footpaths there, and we do have a big backlog there, and the shade sales is also a good idea as well. So yeah, fully happy with the report.
Councillor Little, do you wish to speak at all? Any discussion? Councillor Shanks?
Yeah, I'll be speaking for this. My only comment is, firstly, the list of eligible projects has everything covered, and we as a town actually have everything covered as well. So it'll be really, really good to see that, that 400,000 does stay locally, because there is nothing on that list that the town of Gawler can't do.
Thank you. Any other discussion? So Councillor Tooley, we're on page 23. Yep, and we've got a mover and a seconder, and we've had some discussion. Do you wish to speak at all on this matter?
Only to say I support it. I think it's good. I like the idea of the shade sales. I think that solves some problems. Yeah, it's good.
Thank you. Any other discussion? If not, Councillor Hughes, you happy for me to put the motion? I'll put that motion. All those in favour of the motion, carried unanimously. Thank you. 11.4, and I am on page 29. And this is to continue with our Murray Street upgrade, the final stage. Happy to accept. You happy to move that way, Councillor Hughes? Do I have a seconder? Councillor Fraser, do you wish to speak, Councillor Hughes?
Just briefly, this continues a long number of, we're up to stage 7, which is fantastic. We have been receiving funding from DIPTI that really helps us to roll this whole program out. Yeah, note in 4 that we haven't quite got the funding we want for 12th Street yet, but yeah, hopefully that might be in stage 8 or another stage. But it has been really successful, the works that we've done in the Murray Street and onto Adelaide Road. It's really lifted the whole town, so it's a real credit to everyone involved. So it's good work.
Councillor Fraser, do you wish to speak at all? Councillor Kosh and then Councillor Goldstone. And
Yeah, thanks.
Councillor Ballalonga.
Thanks. I've just got a question, I suppose, to Mr. Delina, through you. The works doesn't go all the way, obviously, because we're missing out on 12th. How will we finish it so it can be integrated into future works? It's just looking at the plans, I couldn't see how it could be integrated. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Karen. There is an image in the actual agenda showing a defined boundary. That is effectively the hard boundary, and that is the council boundary with the local and arterial road network. So the intent is to match in, and we don't see any interface issues per se in that regard. It is disappointing that we haven't been able to drag DIPTI along, but.
Councillor Goldstone.
Yeah, I just wonder whether we should not be putting a bit of pressure on the Minister and the department in terms of this additional funding up to 12th Street, unless it's already been done. But it would have been good to see a 5th dot point there that says something along the lines that we formally request the Minister and the department to consider the provision of funding for the upgrade of the 12th Street Adelaide Road intersection as part of this stage 7 upgrade.
Are the mover and seconder amenable to that variation? It's a request, so we've got accepting. And Councillor Fraser, you happy with that? So it's not a gross variation. So Chris, if you just make those.
I'll give it to Chris.
Yes, yeah, if you can.
Now.
Any other? Oh, sorry, Councillor Ballalonga. If you could just. That's lovely. Thank you. Thank you.
Sam, how are you going? I'm not too sure about the little nib coming out of 10th Street going into Bridge Street. I believe that's going to be a dangerous corner if that nib is put on there. At the moment, people can turn left and go straight down and turn left and go into Julian Terrace. What's going to happen now is people are going to have to wait and they're going to cut across, and I think it's going to cause more accidents. Is that able to be overturned? Because I won't vote for it. I'm against it.
Sam?
Yeah, through you, Mayor. So just to clarify, Councillor Ballalonga, this is the left-hand turn out of 10th Street into Adelaide Road?
Yeah, they're going to...
And there's effectively a protuberance being extended out?
Yeah, so if you want to turn left in to go to Julian Terrace, you have to come out onto the road, then come off and go left again. Wouldn't it be better to put a concrete plinth in the middle of it and let people go through?
Yeah, through you, Mayor.
People complain to me about it because they know they've seen this and it's dangerous. It's going to be dangerous anyway. So I'm going to vote against it.
Just in response to the question, Councillor Ballalonga, there was a number of workshops held going back of quite a few years in regards to the design of this particular section of road. This particular treatment is necessary to stop the cross-weaving of vehicles as they effectively exit left out of 10th Avenue. It's currently a dedicated left turn, so you can freely move currently out of 10th, but there is a conflict point where vehicles that are travelling into the township can actually have to merge into that lane as well. And so we've got to effectively, there's a conflict point which the current design standards obviously don't approve of. So in this design, that was an opportunity to correct that. Effectively just means that those vehicles exiting 10th Avenue have to give way, to cyclists coming past, have to give way to vehicles and to pedestrians, and just becomes a safer movement overall. For the amount of movements that have been made out of that intersection, it was seen as the most appropriate treatment, as well as there were a number of accidents that had occurred at that point as well that informed that design amendment.
I'm not sure what that was all about.
Okay. Councillor Tooley. You finished, Councillor Ballawonga? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I do echo Jim's point, and I know in those early workshops there was questions about that very issue. I'm a great believer in the standards. However, the standards do seem to be flexible. I think the intersection where you come out of Adelaide Road south at the Shell, where you now come out in front of the hotel, is quite an unusual setup. I don't know that that would be ideal as a standard, but you have to wait and then feed out where you've got traffic trying to turn right into Murray Street South, while the traffic is trying to bleed out in front of the Holden dealership and sit in the middle. It seems to work, although I wouldn't say it's an ideal way you configure, and that there doesn't seem to be too many accidents. But at the time when we looked at this, and I remember back with Councillor Shackley was here at the time, and he challenged this notion that there's been lots of accidents. I remember him specifically dragging up the data that showed there had been very few accidents in that section. And I think the point that Jim makes is very valid. Right now, people that come out from that area on 10th Street who are choosing to go left onto Julian bleed out nicely. If, like me, sometimes I come out of there and my intention is to go directly across into the main street, then I wait. And the traffic are very good. They flag you in and you bleed in. So I agree with Jim on that. The second point I'd like to question is the cost. I think I read the total is about 1.7 million, I think, all up. I see Sam nodding. Now, when I look down on that, I see some concrete plinths put in. I see some line marking, maybe some signage. And I say 1.7 million? Nathan, can carpenters and joiners, you got a concrete machine? Can you?
Well, it's part of the tarmac too, isn't it?
Brian?
It's a complete redo of the road. Is that right, Mr. Delena? I'll take that question, Mr. Delena, if you want to address that to the cost.
Yeah, certainly there's a number of components here. So there's the footpaths, the curbing, the road lighting, the stormwater drainage, and the pavements. And the pavements being the significant cost item, bearing in mind we're doing this under traffic and out of business hours as well. So there is a significant allocation cost for that. And there's also the internal project management that's part of that, as well as a healthy contingency.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this? Councillor Koch and Councillor Shanks.
Yeah, look, I'll be supporting this. I do remember all the workshops we had, and there was an issue around, the turning left and everything else, and I was convinced. I wasn't supportive of it originally, but I am convinced now after seeing actually how that space actually works, because I do see, when I come out of there, I do see cars nipping across, and there is a point where people can have accidents, and so I think this having this little nib there, or whatever it's called, I think that will take that out, and people just have to wait and then get into the flow of traffic and come round. I think it won't cause a lot of concerns for people, and it'll actually be much safer. So you're losing that potential conflict. So I'm happy to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shanks.
Yeah, so I do that turn every day. Listening to the discussion, I'm starting to think I'm doing it illegally. But seeing it there, the way it sits, I just think where I'll be going around instead than taking that little shortcut there. Price wise, I will throw my hat in the ring for a price on it. And to be honest with you, the 1.7 doesn't surprise me, given what the traffic management industry charge for these sorts of projects, and it being an arterial road, night works happening, and yeah, the civil companies and the traffic management do make very good money on it, but it is the market value, unfortunately. So yeah, look, I'm happy to support it. Just yeah, to see the new road continue through.
Thank you. Any other discussion? If not, Councillor Hughes, you happy for me to close the debate? The debate's closed. I'll put that motion. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your hand. All those against, it is carried. Thank you. Okay, so that concludes 11.4. So we go to 11.5. I'm going to declare a conflict and I will be leaving the room. The nature of my conflict is I am a candidate, so potential, so I shall leave the room, and Councillor Davies has agreed to take the chair. There we go.
All right, so I think we're all good. So we'll get started. 11.5, Local Government Association, call for nominations for Gay Rock members. Do we have anyone like to move a motion? Councillor Hughes and a seconder. Councillor Goldstone, would you like to speak? Councillor Hughes, to it.
Yeah, no, I think it's really important that Gawler has a representative, and I think it's really important that Mayor Karen Redmond continues in that role. In the past, I remember when it was Mayor Brian Samble was heavily involved in the Local Government Association, and yeah, when I was a deputy, as a deputy member, I went to some of the meetings as well, and it was very important that Gawler was represented. So. I think it's one of those networking events which is organisations that provides a lot for council, and I think it's very important that we have people like Mayor Karen Redmond sort of in the mix, and that yeah, really happy to nominate her for the position.
And Councillor Goldstone, do you want to speak to it? No. So open it up. Any questions or discussion on this topic? Councillor Tooley.
Yeah, I'll be speaking against the motion. I think most people know my views about the LGA, and particularly about the committees of Garrock and Sarrock. I just think it's unnecessary bureaucracy and red tape. You've got the LGA, you've got the LGA executive, you've got all of these. There's an awful lot of money that bleeds out in administrative costs, and I question the benefit of a group like Garrock when the main decision-making body is the AGM and the OGM. And I've been very disappointed actually in Mayor Redmond's chairing of that. It's been a battle to try to get motions for a climate emergency through, and our own mayor has actually voted against those motion attempts in the past. We hear tonight that, thank the Lord, a different decision has happened by the board. I don't know how Mayor Redmond voted specifically on that, but I'm pleased to hear that the LGA executive has accepted our unanimous motion that it now goes to the floor of the AGM for the 67 or 75 membership, depending how you read it, to vote. That's democracy. I'm very pleased about that. But I've been very disappointed that we've had a battle to date. with our own mayor voting against our motions at the Garrock, and as a member of the LGA executive up until now. So that you know, I lose confidence when I hear and I read about that. So they're my two issues why I won't be supporting the motion.
Do we have any other discussion? Councillor Sample? Can you use your microphone? Can you use a microphone? The people on the live stream can't pick it up even if you shout.
Hello. I certainly support it, and I thank Councillor Hughes for what he said. But if he had not have been my deputy mayor, I'm sure the position that I held as mayor would not have ran as smoothly as what it did. And I do believe that somewhere down the line that once we have, say, voted for this and that Mayor Redmond goes on to become part of that organisation, there really should be an official deputy mayor for the town of Gawler. I'm not sure where it's going to fit in, but maybe we can suggest that to her, that we resolve the situation that it is now, because we are the only council in South Australia without a deputy mayor. And I'm sure that her dedication to whatever she does will be 110%, but someone has to take the reins while that position is being filled by her. So I certainly would support the motion because of the services that I can see that she's involved and that she's doing.
All right, do we have any other discussion? Otherwise, Councillor Hughes, you happy to close it? Oh, you want to speak to it? No, okay. So all in favour? All against? The motion is carried. I think we bring the mayor back in for her to then declare an interest again, but I think she does have to come back in first. All right, so for those on the live stream, the mayor has declared a conflict and left the room again. So we move on to 11.6, Local Government Association President nominations. Do we have a mover on this one? Councillor Koch and a seconder? Who is that? Councillor Goldstone. And Councillor Koch would like to speak to it. Microphone.
I'm happy to support this motion. I think it's important that potentially we could have our mayor as the LGA president. I think Karen has been a very strong performer, firstly as a councillor and now 2 terms as the mayor. I think she's performed very strongly as a chairperson of Garrock, and this has built her skills and credibility within the local government sector. From my understanding, the 2 tiers of government, she's also created a lot of connections there, and this is evidence in the funding that the lobbying that she does and the funding that we get from the different levels. The position of president is very important as it's the voice for local government within the state. I've observed Karen to be a very capable and accomplished person who can quickly get across complicated issues and provide very clear and well-articulated responses, in particular drawing on her knowledge. So she's got a good knowledge base which she can draw on. That's very important. Also coming from Gawler, which is a peri-urban area, there's a natural link between the urban and the rural councils, and I think that's very important. So it's important to understand the needs of both the rural and the urban councils. And I think Karen would cross that divide quite well. So I'm very happy to support a nomination and encourage all other councillors to support this nomination as well. Thank you.
All right, let's take a second line to speak. Yeah.
Just quickly, I also think Karen will make an excellent LGA president. I do take on board what Councillor Sample said about a deputy mayor. I think the position of LGA president will take up a lot of Karen's time. So it may be something we need to revisit to make sure that we've got everything covered. But yes, I'm happy to second the motion.
All right, do we have any other discussion? Councillor Little and then Councillor Shanks.
Yeah, I have a problem a bit with it because with what we've got at the moment with supposedly amalgamations with taking on other council areas. I wonder if there'd be a conflict. Also, what Councillor Sample said and Councillor Goldstone in relation, we haven't got a deputy mayor. I think if this position, if she does it correctly, would leave the council at a disadvantage by not having a deputy mayor to fulfil certain roles when she's not here. So even though I like the concept of her being the LDA president, I would not like to leave the council vulnerable to inaction because we haven't got a deputy mayor or she can't participate in some events. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Shanks.
Are we able to put a point 3 to the officer's recommendation?
If the mover and seconder agree to it, what is it?
That the elected body discuss the need for a deputy mayor.
The mover and seconder are happy with that?
If the nomination is successful.
Yeah.
And I also just had a subsequent question as well.
Yep.
It might have been in the attachments and I've missed it. I apologise if it is. How many candidates are we expected will Karen be running against?
CEO?
I'm just trying to think on the fly in terms of it's a metropolitan appointment. So it's how many metropolitan councils do we have? Sorry, 18. So it could be up to 18 nominations, but it may not be that all councils present it wouldn't be 18 because you need to be on either GayRock.
It's the ones that are currently
Yeah, so I
members.
think the membership of GayRock is limited to about 7 or 8. So it's up to 7 or 8 as a guess.
So it's the current board of GayRock that has the potential to do it. All right. Is there any other discussion, Councillor Hughes?
Yeah, just briefly, I'm in support of the motion. I think it's really important that Mayor Redmond's given a go at running for president because I've seen other council areas where the presidents come from really benefit from it. Mid-Murray Council really benefited with their Mayor Dave was made president. It really helped that whole area. It put a spotlight on the area. It really made a real big difference. And I think it'd be really good for Gawler if Karen was successful because it really does then put the council area that the president's from under the spotlight. That can be good and bad, but it was really, really good for Mid-Murray Council and I think other areas where the presidents come from, the council areas actually don't really benefit from the whole process. So they're very much in support of it.
Do we have any other discussion? Councillor Tooley?
Yep. I echo Councillor Little's concern about this stretches, I think, our mayor. And does that take your eye off the game at home? And I don't know whether having a deputy solves that. But I also have some other concerns. I don't believe that our mayor has articulated well enough for Gawler what her vision for Gawler is. To say that the first term was about the Civic Centre and the second is about boundary reform, to me doesn't seem to be good enough. I couldn't define what our mayor's vision is for the town. I don't believe that our mayor, under her leadership, that we listen to our community voice. If you ask the people, and they speak to me a lot, I don't know that they're that interested in the massive losses to an underperforming civic centre or the massive amount of money for a boundary reform. I think people are happy that 85,000 people come and spend their money in this town. Our businesses wouldn't exist without them. But you know what they do call out for is they want solutions to parking. They want solutions to traffic. They want solutions to footpaths. And they're not getting it. Where's our mayor's vision and drive on that? How many times does our mayor table a motion for us to be considered? The second thing is I haven't heard from the mayor, and I'd love to, this is how I'll vote on the candidates if I get that opportunity, is what is the mayor's vision for the LGA? Now, in my networks, what I'm seeing is a post-COVID world is very much on the agenda of councils and elected bodies. You know, it's a very different world that's emerging. The whole notion of how we work, traffic, all of that's been seriously challenged as a result of COVID. What about our green jobs? What about advocacy from the LGA to say to the federal government, and this voice is very strong, that says, with the job seeker money, what if you don't get that for doing nothing? What if you do that and you actually are involved in employment that will boost your confidence and give you skills, and councils are the best place to do that. Where's our vision of a mayor taking that to the LGA and the LGA championing that? What a benefit for the unemployed and for South Australia if we had that. I don't hear any of that vision from our mayor. I don't believe she listens to community feedback. We've had that much community feedback if you just take the rural zone. It sits there. If you take something like the sculpture, more people voted in the Bunyip poll that they hated that sculpture, and yet under our mayor's leadership, she's the head, she's the chief, we boosted the amount of money we've spent on it again for plantings. And the final thing, and Councillor Fraser summed this up, she talked about a toxic chamber. I've been here for 6 years, and this is the worst I've seen it. For 5 years, I've endured, and others have endured, division in this council. And I have written to our mayor and asked her on a number of occasions to mediate, to bring about some sort of reconciliation. And it's worse now than it's ever been. And if our mayor cannot lead this council to be more harmonious, and it comes from the top, the CEO and the mayor, that's where it comes from. And if that cannot be done as leadership.
Hold on, got a point of order. I don't think I've ever had a chair spot where I haven't had a point of order, but go ahead, Councillor Kosh.
Good for your experience.
The toxic element doesn't come from the top, it comes from councillors.
Right.
So I think
I'll
create a false scenario.
I mean, I won't take feedback from staff, but I feel like that's more of a comment than a.
It was very disrespectful. That's my concern.
If I could.
It's very disrespectful and untruthful.
If I could finish, as a principal of a school.
I've got a ruling on the full.
Oh,
Okay.
That'd be nice.
All right. Let's see. So.
The point of order is that Councillor Tooley has been disrespectful to the mayor and the CEO.
Incorrect. Totally incorrect.
Just get some
That's a
advice
false
from the
accusation
CEO
against
for a
me.
second.
I'm asking for a point of order. You can swear at me as much as you like, but that's the point of order.
Okay, so I'll rule that did trend into being disrespectful. I understand that you do need to be able to critique the mayor for this point, but you just keep it within the bounds of the motion.
What I would say, as an example, I was a very successful principal for 20 years, and you cannot get away from leadership. Leadership sets the tone. When I came into one of my last schools, there was a very, very toxic environment. And it was my job to get that sorted out, and I got it sorted out. You don't let things fester. And leadership carries that weight. And that leadership has been missing here. And therefore, how can that translate into being the leadership of the LGA? If you can't make it work in your own council and you've never even tried, then what are you going to do at the LGA?
We've had workshops, etc. etc. And the leadership team has tried to control the poor behaviour that we see in this chamber to no avail. So for Councillor Tooley to say that is just absurd.
So, look, I do think that the essence of this motion does require us to be able to, if there are critiques about the mayor's performance, be able to list them. So
you guys attacked me at 11.8 on April, guys. You went right out for it, and you called me a bully in public. And all I'm doing is talking about leadership, and you give a point of order like that. How ridiculous! What a ridiculous position to be in. Unbelievable.
All right, Councillor Goldstone.
Rule consistently. Rule consistently.
I would like to move a formal motion that the question be put.
All right, seconded by Brian Sample. The motion is that the motion be put. All those in favour? All those against? That's carried. So what that does is that brings us straight to the motion itself. So, yeah, all in favour of the motion? And all against? It's carried. And we bring the mayor back in.
Thank you, Councillor Davies. Right, now we're up to 11.7, Councillor Goldstone. I've got a note in my agenda with your name on it.
Guilty, yeah.
Okay.
What I've got there is just a bit of an amended version of the listed officers' recommendation. What I'm proposing there allows for the reappointment of Dr. Llewellyn Smith as presiding member, which is based on his substantial experience and provides stability to the CAP. But the motion also calls for expressions of interest for all three panel members rather than just the one. I think it's appropriate at this time, and it tests the availability of experienced and qualified planning practitioners in the Gawler and surrounding areas. It does not preclude the existing members from reapplying. Also, as Council's appointed CAP member, I'd like to register my interest on being on the selection panel referenced in point 3. So yeah, I'd like to move that recommendation if I can.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder, Councillor Sample? Do you wish to speak, Councillor Sample? Got a couple of blanks there. Do we have any volunteers who want to be? Councillor Shanks, you'd like to be on there? I'll add your name. Anybody else? You want to be on there? Listen, if you're happy, mover. I mean, I don't see that there's a. So add that, and we'll. I mean, if I'd add Councillor Shanks and Councillor Hughes. Anybody else? No. Okay. Cool. You happy with that? So we've got a seconder. You happy with that? Okay. Now open it up to discussion. Councillor Shanks.
Yeah, I've got in my notes, listen to Kelvin, so I've done that now. Yeah, I can see motivation behind this. It does open the door and just to test the waters and see what's out there. Yeah, serving 12 months on there, I wouldn't mind sitting on that panel. Just feeling like I'm probably very uneducated, but I think I'll be able to offer a little bit of insight in what I would like to see in a CAP member. So yeah, happy to put my hand up for that.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this matter? Councillor Tooley?
Yeah, I was very pleased to read Councillor Goldstone's suggestion that this original motion be amended in this way. And I totally agree with the reasons. I don't agree with rollovers. I do believe in winning things on merit. I look at politicians, you have to win it on merit every 4 years. The mayor has to win their position, even though if the mayor's doing a brilliant job, they have to win it again. After 4 years, the president of the LGA is not a job for life. Us elected members, we have to be voted every 4 years, and we're lowly paid positions. So the people on this cap get a very small amount of remuneration, but what we're looking for is dedication and quality and skills and ability. I'm very happy with that panel and with that process. And my belief is that if the people who we would have rolled into that position do apply, if they've got the goods, they will win it. They will table their CV, they will table their credentials, they will table their information, and it'll be clear that they're the best people for the job, and they'll win it on merit. Totally believe in that process. So thank you, Kelvin, for making that recommendation, and I fully support the motion.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Doesn't seem to be. Councillor Goldstone, are you happy for me to put the motion? Debate's closed. I put that motion. All those in favour of the motion, carried unanimously. Thank you. Now, does everybody want a 5-minute break? 10-minute break? Probably usually ends up 10 minutes, doesn't it? So we'll have a 10-minute break. We'll come back just before 9 o'clock. Okay. Thank you. I think we'll call ourselves to order, and if members can take their seats, please, and staff, if you can take your seats. You going home, Jack? Oh, yes. Oh. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Okay, so we've done that one. COVID update. Okay. Thanks, everyone. So we'll get started now. I am now on 11.8, Town of Gawler COVID update, which is on page 49 of the agenda. Now, Jack Darzanos, is there any update? I know that things are changing all the time. So if you'd like to, are you able to provide us with a very brief update on any changes to this report? Thank you, Jack. Jack Darzanos, who wrote the report, Team Leader, Environmental Services. Just, yeah.
That's better, through the mayor. It's like a bit of a revolving door at the moment with COVID. We're getting a lot of changes, and of course tonight's the big night with the border closure. There's also the new Emergency Management Public Activities number 5 direction, which is coming into effect tonight as well, which really targets more so the large entertainment venues in the city. In terms of what we're doing in Gawler, everything is still fairly well status quo. Our businesses are just fantastic. The health officers are saying that everybody's responding extraordinarily well and are on top of everything. So from that aspect, you know, it really must be, you know, it's got to be stated that Gawler's doing a fantastic job in that space. As you probably all have seen, there's been one new case today, and that's been someone that's come from interstate, but that's been addressed and they are being quarantined. So there's no risk there according to SA Health. So that really sums it up. Most of the existing restrictions are still in place, you know, the 1.5, the 2 square metres per person. So everybody seems to be doing the right thing at the moment. So, and we try and keep in touch and talk to business operators and see how they're going and try and address any issues that they may be having.
No, so, I think we should be very proud in Gawler of our business community, but also everybody. Everybody seems to be pulling together, and yeah, South Australia's doing. We're very fortunate, aren't we? Okay, we do have, and thank you, Jack, for the report as well.
Thank you.
We do have an officer's recommendation. Happy to move. I had 3 hands all in a row, so I'll take Councillor Samble and Councillor Little as seconder. Happy with that. Any discussion? If not, you happy, mover and seconder, if I put the motion? Are you ready to vote, are you? Okay. You want to speak? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? It is carried. Thank you. And now we move to 11.9, which is on page 61 of my agenda. I'm assuming Councillor Tooley. You want to move that way? Thank you. Are you moving the officer's recommendation?
Well, I'd like to slightly change it. I'd like to, as we're always told, it's only a recommendation. I'd like to change the and add a second point and test whether people would like to support that or not. So I move it with this amendment or this second point, and the second point reads like this: the council commissions a survey of Gawler's small business community in order to gauge the effectiveness of the Town of Gawler's initiatives as reported in this annual report, and to also gauge the, in quotes, well-being of our small businesses. Can I now speak?
Do you want to work with the Gawler Business Development Group or just do it on our own?
Sorry?
So we'll do it on our own. We won't work with Gawler Business Development Group?
Look, I don't mind if it's done in partnership with them. It's about surveying the actual small businesses to see how they're going in respect to what we're talking about in the report.
Okay. So we're just getting the wording right, Ian. If you could look up on the screen.
Shall I read it out again?
Well, look up on the screen. Chris has put some words up on point 2. Commissions a survey of Gawler's small business community in order to gauge the initiatives. I can't see anything else, Chris.
I'm happy to read it out again slowly because I can't see the whole
Well, if
thing.
you can write it down and give it to the minute taker, that would be better.
Well,
Have you got it written down?
only on my set of documents.
If you give it to Chris, just wait while you give it to Chris and she can put the words up. Okay. So you might want to put the Small Business Friendly Council annual report. Is that what you're referring to in the annual report?
Commissioner serves
Small Business Friendly
in order
Council.
to gauge the effectiveness of the town of Gawler's initiatives as reported in the annual, the small business annual report. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's clear. Okay. If you'd like to present your motion.
Sure. The reason I put that in is when I read the annual report and also read the supporting documents, it was clear to me that we'd written it in a way that told the story of what we believe we've done. There was a list of things there, such as the Gawler Community Connect app, the free Wi-Fi, the Gawler Business Hub, Gawler Business Development Group, RDA Barossa, COVID response. They were all spoken about and quite nicely written, but I was looking, when I read it, if it was an annual report, I wanted to know where's the feedback. So we're saying we've done these things and we're saying they're good, but there was nothing in there that told me how effective they have been. And I think in an annual report, what adds weight to it is the feedback, and that's what's missing. So I believe what we need to do is we need to get feedback from our community that says, you know what, that Gawler Community Connected app, I mean, anecdotally, I've heard that it hasn't been a big success and a big take-up, but if the evidence comes back that says this has been transformational, then I think we've really got opportunity to beef up our annual report. If the free Wi-Fi data comes back and says that's made a significant difference, I know personally I have trouble. It just doesn't seem to, I'm better with 4G than I am with it, is my own experience. So, and the Gawler Business Hub, we've talked about that. We'll talk about that later in the other report. And yes, it's nice to say that we've got groups like the Gawler Business Development Group and we've got RDA Barossa and that we've had a COVID response, but what's lacking and will be so much more powerful is if our local businesses can come back and say, good on you, Gawler. And we just don't have that. So to me, the annual report is only half the story. It's saying what we think we've done in your best interest, but we don't know if it's been effective. And that's why I believe we need to get that so that we know whether we need to continue on the journey we are or whether we need to change direction in order to best serve our local businesses, which are, we know they're struggling. We know that they're the engine room of our town. We know that they employ a lot. Some of them are family businesses. And I don't disagree with the sentiment of the report. We're trying to say that we in Gawler want to help and we think these things are right, but we just need that critical data to be able to say whether they're the right ones. And if they're not, then we need to be, big enough and strong enough to say, right, well, let's go in a different direction if we need to.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Shanks, do you wish to speak?
I wouldn't mind just changing point 2 there, that council in partnership with the Gawler Business Development Group commission a survey of Gawler. So just that first sentence, if the mover is happy with that.
Not opposed to it, Councillor Shanks. I just didn't want to presume that it might be an impost and therefore it might fall over. They might say we're stretched or whatever. But if they're happy and it fits with them, not a problem at all.
I guess that's what the brilliant thing about a partnership is, that if one half can't pick up the slack, then the other one steps in. I'll always vote for an engagement.
It's not up there yet.
Oh.
Do you want it? We've got an agreement, I think.
Yep.
In partnership with the Gawler Business Development Group.
Commission.
Yeah, well, they don't know about it yet. It's a bit presumptive at the moment.
Yes,
in a
they
way.
do.
Well, I'm just wondering if we can word that a bit better so we're not sort of telling them, by the way, you're doing a partnership survey. I tend to agree with Councillor Tooley that I wonder if there's point 3 council engages with the Gawler Business Development Group to partner or offers the opportunity to something. I just don't think we should be locking them in, because they may choose that they may be doing their own survey, and they do a survey.
Yep.
So I'll just might wordsmith a point 3, because it just, so one, it's respectful to the Gawler Business Development Group, instigates discussions with the Gawler Business Development Group to, I don't know, I can't think actually, instigates discussions, engages in discussion. Council seeks the thank you, CEO. Council seeks the involvement of the Gawler Business Development Board in the above mentioned survey. Then you've got that. The above mentioned survey. Then they're not locked in, and yeah. If you're happy with that, I think that probably fits with what I'm hearing. Mover, seconder? Okay, keep going, Councillor Shanks. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, so I reckon that's a good outcome there, and I'm pretty confident that the Gawler business will be pretty keen in that engagement, because they're involved in a lot of engagement, and as I said before, I'm always for anything that will give us more information. We'll engage with our local businesses, our small businesses, our community. It's definitely the way to go. So I'm looking forward to seeing the results. And yeah, as Councillor Tooley said, if there's some direction we need to tweak, then we have some facts and data to know which way to go. So yeah, looking forward to that.
Thank you. Any other discussion? If not, Councillor Tooley, happy for me to put that motion? Thank you. Debate's closed. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. (11:10) Gawler Caravan Park upgrade update. Thank you for the report, Wendy Young, and part of your team, Sam. Yeah, I've enjoyed reading this report. You happy to move that way, Councillor Sample? Do you wish to speak at all? I'll just say that I believe we've got. Brian, can you speak into the mic? And I know you've got a really lovely voice, but it's for the people that are listening.
Yeah, I know. Hello out there.
Just on that.
Oh, sorry. Yep. Thank you. You filled your form out, but you will. Awesome. Thank you. We'll just note that Councillor Shanks has declared a conflict and is leaving the room, just for the benefit of the minutes. I'm sorry, Nathan, if you can, material conflict, that's what he said. Okay. Now, we'll just allow the minute taker. Sorry, Chris, thank you for your quick action there. Councillor Sample.
Yes, no, certainly very happy to move this. The Eberhards are fantastic operators, and the care that they take for the park, the comments that come back to me, because I'm involved with tourism, about The venue there is fantastic. It's owned by the town of Gawler. The council owns it, worth many millions of dollars, and I don't think we could ever get better caretakers if we tried. And these updates will just put so much value back into those facilities and make them even better, especially with the entrance way, which is getting a bit old now. So I'm proudly supporting and ask the councillor to support this motion.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Koch, I think you had your hand up first.
Look, yeah, I agree with Councillor Sample. I think the leasees are doing a fantastic job. They've really lifted the quality of that park up. It's fantastic. And I think this will actually improve and enhance the functionality of the park and be a great benefit. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Councillor Tooley, I think you've got your hand up. Yep.
Yeah, look, I think there's little doubt that they run the park very well. I really take my hat off to them at the height of the COVID shutdown, when many caravan parks, shut down and turfed people out. They lost a lot of money making sure that the permanent residents were able to stay there with confidence. Big credit to them on that. The only point we disagree on is RV friendly, and that's a separate issue. But there's no doubt that they care for that place. I've got a couple of questions though. I don't understand why we are paying the money, the 136,000, because I remember not that long ago when we had Gawler Community House, where I think Councillor Fraser's on the board there, I think. They came to us and said that the asset which we owned was riddled with white ants, and we said, well, we're not fixing it. And yet I think we own that asset. And yet here, and Gawler Community House is a voluntary organisation.
Yep.
So I'm just interested in that point of difference. Why? I know it's in the lease, but I don't understand why there's that difference. We have one asset and we say, no, the lessee has to pay, but in this one, we pay.
I will go to Sam Delina first, and then if Councillor Fraser has any further, because she is on the board of the community house. But Mr. Delina?
Yeah, I'll take back some knowledge that I had from previous portfolio in regards to leases. But in this instance, the council, as it relates to the Gawler Caravan Park, is responsible under the current lease, responsible for structural maintenance. So in that instance, in the report under initial work storage area, it talks about we're responsible for maintaining, repairing, replacing the current structural elements of the buildings. So that's under the lease negotiations that have been going on, and I think there's a report going to be presented to the August council meeting in regards to that, if those negotiations are finalised prior to the agenda timing. Effectively, there'll be the position where a new lease is put, which puts the onus on the caravan park to maintain those buildings for the length of the proposed lease. So they're looking for some works to be undertaken to the existing facility to bring it up to a level and then take that over. So that's effectively what we're proposing here. And there's some negotiations that have occurred to date, which have formed the basis behind the lease negotiations and previously been presented to council.
It's a very different kind of lease to the community house.
And the community house is a ground lease arrangement where they effectively pay peppercorn rate and get the land, basically. And so they've allowed to build their facility on the land, and then are responsible for its maintenance in all things. Whereas, and the Gawler Caravan Park pay a fairly substantial rental.
Yeah, so it's quite different, but thank you for that clarification. And I think that covers off on probably what you were going to add, Councillor Fraser. Did you have another question?
Yeah, just one other question. Yeah. Again, this is just looking at the diagrams for the works that we're doing at the entrance to the caravan park. When I put that diagram next to the diagram for 10th Street and the bridge, I see 1.7 million and I see 100,000. And yet the pictures, it looks like the same sort of work. And I'm hoping you're going to tell me no, there's way much more in the 10th Street than this. Because if we can do that one for 100, why can't we do 10th Street for 100?
Mr. Delina. I think I know what you're going to say, but if you could,
I didn't say last time, I did have an independent cost estimator, develop the cost estimate for the Murray Street Stage 7, and that had regard for the Murray Street Stage 6 costs. So I'm pretty comfortable and confident where we've got to with respect to Murray Street Stage 7 being an upper limit sort of cost. In regards to this particular body of work, we have got some preliminary cost estimates from industry to inform the actual original allocations that have gone in here. The amendments that are occurring to the entranceway, all the council is funding is effectively the demolition of the structure and some minor pavement works and increasing the crossover. So it's chalk and cheese in terms of scale between Murray Street Stage 7 versus these particular works. The Caravan Park lessees are funding the new structure that's going to go over new entry structure, of which it has actually a current indicative plans have been uploaded to the hub today. So I'll send an email out to members just to inform them. So that's something they can review what those current plans look like. It is just indicative and not yet finalised per se. But effectively, yeah, the scope of works is substantially and materially different, Councillor Chorley.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Councillor Samble, are you happy for me to put the motion? Thank you. Debate's closed. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Carried unanimously. If somebody, Jack, thank you, if you can bring Councillor Shanks back into the meeting. Thank you. Okay, so we're on page 72 of the agenda, and Gawler Civic Centre. Are you happy to move? Do you wish to speak, Councillor Fraser?
Just a couple of things. It's great to see, it's very interesting reading. It was really great to see that the offices have been able to, albeit they've not been able to be leased out, or rented out, they've actually been able to be used for staff during this COVID thing. I can't imagine where we would have been during this COVID thing if we didn't have the admin centre and this centre for staff to use. We would have been in big trouble. So that was really good to see. Also, with the bunyip, that was really good. I'm assuming that means that when we do an ad now in the bunyip, it actually goes into their online, thing. Is that right?
So through the chair, with those paid advertorials, we have the option to ask the bunyip to remove the paywall, and if we ask them, they will remove that paywall, which is pushing it through to their Facebook channels and their online version without people having to pay for the subscription.
I was very pleased to see that. That's really good. And yeah, the cafe, unfortunately, with the cafe not being open, it is run by a lot of Indigenous, and with the COVID, they're very prone to the virus. So I understand that they've had a bit of trouble there. But hopefully, you know, we still stay at zero level, and that will be able to sort itself out soon. So, yeah, happy to move this.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Hughes, do you wish to speak at all?
Yeah, like Councillor Fraser, thought a very good report. It is good to actually see the usage starting across like all the different rooms. It still does. I don't think it'll ever be 100% or anything like that in most of those rooms, but it is good to see they are being used and the usage across. And yeah, I understand, you know, I'm and I think all the councillors, we've talked about how to increase the usage of these rooms and everything else, but I think these graphs and this information is really important for us as a council and to continue on. And yeah, I think it's also very important to our whole community understands that these rooms are available for rental, and some of the rates are really cheap as well for community groups. It is quite reasonable for these spaces, and it is, at different times I've been here for meetings, it's a really good space, and I just think that word of mouth and I think the local banks and a few other people know about it, but just getting the word for all our businesses in the town and people coming into the town knowing that these rooms are available, I think that's really important to keep promoting. But yeah, the report is really good information.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councillor Shanks.
I just had a question. It is good about the paywall and the budget. That's really good. Should that not just be our default request, that if we're advertising, we want that paywall removed?
Mr. Barrett?
So through the chair, yeah, so if it's paid and we're paying, then we can make that request. That's the agreement we've made with the budget. Obviously, if they're running stories on their own bat, then it's up to them to make that determination. We can't ask them to remove the paywall for a story related to council if it's not a paid submission from council.
Yeah, no, I mean just the advertising side.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Councillor Tooley?
Yeah, look, I think the report, it covers a lot of areas. I think it tries to put a bit of a healthy spin on a struggling enterprise, really. I would, and I can understand why we want to project it that way, but I don't think we can really hang all of the underperformance on COVID. There's no doubt COVID's had an impact, but the data that we've got in here goes well before COVID and is included. I think the library and the youth space are probably, the standout sort of areas, I think, for saying they've done as good a job as you can do, and particularly given the COVID situation, they've done well. But I think the other enterprises, the cafe, the hub, the community rooms, I think languish. And when I look at facility use, I don't know that anybody, if you look at page 442 and 445, I don't think anybody can say that an average of around 10 to 12% occupancy is good. It's not good. And we haven't just opened it yesterday. It's been open for quite some time. And we were promised that with the investment of extra staff and their ability to focus on marketing, again, if you take the COVID out, we know COVID's had an impact, but we're bleeding an awful lot of money. I think 280 grand a year, I think when you look at the cost of the employees that were added and parts of David's salary, I think it's around 280 a year that we're putting into that, and we're just not getting a return on our money, and we're not getting the community engagement with the building that we need. No one likes to hear that. You don't like to hear me say that, but I'm an elected member, and I don't think I can just sit back and say, well, look, let's all just go on the table and say what a beautiful report it is. We do have to put a critical eye to things. And there is no doubt that we have the legacy of a beautifully restored building. There's no doubt about that. But is that enough, given our investment in it and the massive overrun in budget and this continual cost to us? And people might say, well, these are the reasons why Gawler Council's rates are higher. And you've heard my criticism on that with the COVID response. I cried out for a workshop where we as the members could get stuck into the budget, because we're always held to account and say, well, the council voted for that budget. I'd love us to really put a knife through that budget and cut out a lot of fat and a lot of waste. And maybe that's the sort of thing that can bring, the rates down. But I can't see that happening unless we are prepared to be bold enough as a council and do what I think is our job. So I think, there's a lot of spin in there, but it tries to put some good spin on it, but it continues to be a significantly underperforming asset.
Thank you. Councillor Sample.
Thank you, Mayor Karen. I think the report's fantastic. So to all that put that together with David and that there. And as Councillor Tooley said, the library's working really well. The youth and other people are using, like in the hub, and certainly I visit our accountant and financial advisor up in the hub. Fantastic. Everything's good. But I had the pleasure the other day to interview on Sambo on Saturdays, if you've heard about that. And it's the fellow that's run the coffee shop next door, and he has never been busier in his life. So I find it a little bit hard to grasp that it's not financially viable to run a beautiful restaurant or, takeaway food venue in there. That's the only thing I've got a bit of a problem with, because if we've got everything else working in here, and that one thing, like I just asked Nathan to get me a coffee, but he forgot. But, it's just nice to have a really good setup like that, and it's sitting there getting cobwebs, and that does concern me a bit.
Thank you, Councillor Sample. Councillor Davies.
Yeah, so I guess first I'll give my obligatory statement. The youth space is going well. As Sam Shetler mentioned during open forum, Ebony Steadman, the Youth Development Officer, is transferring for 12 months to another section of the staff. So it will be interesting to see how that goes and who we get getting the youth area going. I also note, I think tomorrow is the launch, isn't it, of the new gallery?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's going to be really good. The last one did quite well. It continued. I thought maybe the gallery might in the first month get all its visitors and then stop, but no, it's continued just, accruing numbers of entrants going in there. So it's good to get a new one of that in there. I do share a concern about the performance of the cafe, because I think it is true that COVID has impacted us all, but I think the fact that they're struggling to reopen, I think also just shows that maybe it was not on the firmest footing to begin with. So I think that is something that's worth making sure that we can get that working. Let's see. Was there anything else? The meeting rooms. That's again, that's a tricky one. It's one of the ones where it's hardest to tell how much of it is related to just our normal operations and how much of it has been affected by COVID. So I guess we'll just have to continue watching those stats over the upcoming months.
Thank you. Any other discussion, Councillor Shanks?
I'm happy to support the motion, just because we are noting this report. We're acknowledging the programs and the importance that are happening in this centre, and we're also accepting that programs might not have achieved the full cost recovery because of COVID-19. That's why I'm happy to support the report. However, I do hear Councillor Tooley's, Councillor Davies and Councillor Sample's sort of their worry about the underperformance in some areas, and I sort of do reckon we do have a bit of work and a few different questions we need to answer as the elected body, just as it's the same sort of sentiment as making sure that we've got all our facts and figures right, to ensure we are actually going in the right direction. And that's not a stab at anyone. That's just we're all new to this $15 million asset we have, including the town. So, we've delivered the bricks and mortar. Now let's see how we can make it work for our community the best way we can. So I think, yeah, there's a little bit of work that we as elected members need to put in and work in partnership with the staff to ensure we are getting the most out of this building. So, but the motion as it sits, I'm happy to support.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councillor Fraser, do you want to close the debate?
I hear what everybody's saying, but this report is about April to June, and that is right in the middle of COVID. So it does have a huge impact on the results. And the community, the civic centre was built for the community. It's never meant to be a huge money-making concern. Obviously, we've got room for improvement, and that's the same in any business. There's always room for improvement. And the rooms, the offices are only, well, most of them are only small. And with COVID restrictions, you'd be limited to how many people you could actually have in them. So therefore, that's a restriction as well. So, you know, whilst there is room for improvement, I don't think it's done too bad considering the COVID.
The debate is closed. I'll put that motion. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your hands. All those against, it is carried. Thank you. 11.12. 11.12 on page 82. You happy to move that way, Councillor Goldstone? Do you wish to speak at all?
Just briefly, the recommendation makes complete sense. I drive past this development every day, and it was also interesting to know that the problems were forecast by staff back in 2015. So perhaps we should have paid a bit more attention.
Pictures tells a story, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. So I'm happy to move the recommendation.
Seconder, Councillor Fraser, do you wish to speak at all? No. Any discussion? If not, Councillor Goldstone, you happy for me to put the motion? I'll put that motion. All those in favour of the motion, carried unanimously. Thank you. So now, where's my list? That completes our officer reports. We'll move through our recommendations from committees, and I'll go in order. We have the Youth Advisory Committee recommendations, and I am on page 89 of the agenda. So the first one is that we note the verbal update. If I can, you happy to move that way, Councillor Shanks? Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Davies. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Appointment of members is a recommendation. We have a number of members that wish to become members, which is fabulous. You happy to move that way, Councillor Shanks? You happy to second, Councillor Davies? Any discussion? Do you wish to speak?
Yeah, this one, it's really good that we're going to vote on this tonight, and yeah, I don't see why we wouldn't accept it. We have a lot of good personalities in the youth advisory, and you know, some of these members were actually devastated that we didn't make it to this last month, because they all rocked up thinking they were going to be able to sit in the chairs that you guys sit in now and participate in the debate. Unfortunately, we hadn't resolved that way, so they had to sit out in the gallery. Luckily, we were allowed to engage with them, but this is just a show in the passion and the drive that they have, and I look forward to Monday night, because I know Jack Gill's got something pretty exciting that now he'll be able to have a discussion about. So, yeah, that's my 2 cents. So.
Do you wish to speak? Thank you, Councillor Shanks. Councillor Davies.
Yeah, I will say that yeah, we have had there's a couple of people who've never been on the committee before, a couple of people renewing, and a couple of resignations. So Luke Mollett and Andrew Welsh. Andrew in particular was one of the oldest members of the YAC, one of the few that was on the YAC back when I was on it as a youth member and not as a council member. back in the old days. It's great that he was able to stick around for so long. But yeah, we have some great new young people coming up to fill those positions, so it should be good.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this matter? If not, Councillor Shanks, are you happy for me to put the motion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to National Career Institute Partnership Grants Round 1. It's a recommendation from the committee there. Happy to move that way. Councillor Shanks moved, seconded Councillor Hughes. Any discussion? There's no discussion. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So that's that one. So now we move on to the recommendations from the 6th of July meeting of the YAC. And we have a recommendation that we note the verbal report. It should be that they should be able to, don't have delegated authority to just do a verbal report. They do. So why is it a recommendation to council? Anyway, it should be just notes, shouldn't it?
Through the Mayor, we did actually resolve a couple of meetings ago that it would just be, the committee would note it and it wouldn't be a recommendation to council. Unfortunately, that's been a bit of an error and we'll make sure it doesn't come up again.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Erin. Okay, so happy to accept a mover and seconder as we work through this. Happy to move Councillor Fraser. Happy to second. Thank you, Councillor Shanks. Any discussion? If not, I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Thank you, carried unanimously. Youth portal content transition. So there's a recommendation around the youth portal, which will cease and then be transferred to the website. However, the domain name will be kept, etc. Happy to move that way. Councillor Davies, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Shanks, do you wish to speak at all? You do? No,
yeah, so just a bit of an explanation on what's happening here is that the part of the youth website that was most consistently used in update was in relation to events and current happenings in the town, and that was being kept up to date. But the youth portal also had a range of resources and information on, on various things around the town, mental health resources, etc. And that was something that it was tricky to be able to keep all of those just pages up to date, and they weren't the main focus of the website. So they're trying to consolidate a bit more, say, because the events are sort of what people were coming to the website for, and it was also being replicated there and elsewhere and on Facebook, on Eventbrite on Facebook, on the youth portal. And yeah, so just trying to simplify things a bit on that front, but we're still going to keep some good content there.
thank you. Any wish to speak? Councillor Shanks.
Yeah, I'm glad Cody took that one because that discussion I felt out of my league, to be honest. The information and the maturity that the guys went at, guys and girls, sorry, went at to say this was the right direction and simplifying it and mainstreaming it was fantastic. So this is just, as Councillor Davies pointed out, the right way forward, and it does save a bit of the double up. So yeah, happy to second this.
Thank you. Any other discussion? If not, Mover, are you happy for me to put that motion? I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Now we move on to Gawler Heritage Collection Committee. What's going on here? You're all putting your hands up. You want to move that way? You want to move that way, councillors?
Asking for this, yeah.
You happy to move that way, Councillor Sample? Yep. Do you wish to speak at all as a mover?
No, just fantastic. Great night.
Thank you.
Made my night.
Councillor Fraser, you wish to second? Do you wish to speak?
Just to let you know, Councillor Sample, that they are at this particular moment looking into the point touch, as whatever you call it, the Point Go contactless payment system. So they're actually working on it. But also I was told tonight that we've actually received our first gift recipient as well for $1,000. So.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, it's all working. Excellent. Any other discussion, Councillor Hughes?
Just going to say, yeah, our last display was really successful, and it was only a small budget that council put together for that, and the thousands of people that went through was amazing. And I think Councillor Sample said, it'd be good to get $1 from those people that wanted to donate. So this is a really good way of doing that, and it's really good to showcase the history of Gawler the way that we have so far, and the materials that we've had on loan from different collections. And there are some amazing collections in Gawler as well, private collections in people's homes and stuff like that. So over the years, I think we'll be able to see more of that. But there's some fantastic stuff out there, and yeah, there's a lot of collectors in Gawler with some really good, amazing things. So I think, yeah, this is a good opportunity to sort of help fund some of the display cases and stuff like that. Because in the past, we've had arguments about whether the council should actually get them. And we did go and spend a little bit of money, and we've got really nice display cases and things like that now. And we've had school groups, we've had everyone through. And I think this is just fantastic that this continues, and it brings people into the heart of Gawler as well, which is good.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this matter? If not, Councillor Sample, you happy for me to put the motion? Be fire in the cannon. It's a big cannon, by the way. I'll put that motion. All those in favour of the motion, carried unanimously. Thank you. Now we move on to 12.4 from the Special CEO Performance Management Panel. Yes.
And I'll be leaving the room.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll just note that, Chris, in the minutes, if you can. Thanks, Chris. Declared a conflict and left the room. Oh, thanks, Ryan. Welcome. Okay. You happy to move that way? You happy to move that way, Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Goldstone. Do you wish to speak at all?
No, I think it's fairly self-explanatory. We're sort of going through a process, and it's part of the process.
Thank you. Councillor Goldstone, do you wish to speak at all?
Just briefly, I guess it'd be interesting to get the meeting in point 2 there done sooner than later. So I guess Councillor Sample will have that under control.
Was that a question? No? Okay, no problem. We've got a mover and seconder. Open it up the floor. Yes, Councillor Sample, you want to speak for or against? Hang on. That's
For,
it.
but concerning the next meeting with Matt Hobby,
Yes.
has there been, because it was discussed that it was going to be the 4th of August.
Okay, you were going to do that. Yep. So
Sorry?
is that what's happening?
Well, that's quite okay that by Matt, that he would have everything already by that particular time. But I just wondered whether council has had some discussion on it, or you may have.
No, I've left that up to you.
Yep, no worries. So if that's okay, that'll be the 4th of August.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Councillor Sample. Any other discussion? Councillor Tooley.
Yeah, I think this is a fairly simple nothing statement, really. I mean, it doesn't matter whether you support it or not. It's not really doing much. What was weird was that when members called a special council meeting, we never called for this meeting. The motion was to see whether the members were interested in bringing forward a CEO PMP meeting, but it got dealt with against our will, and on the night, and Councillor Vanalonga didn't even know, he left thinking the meeting was over, only to find that a CEO PMP meeting was convened. And I didn't even know that was the case, because we'd had that funny weird bit before that about whether we would or wouldn't go into confidence on what the motion was, and then it turned out the motion was greyed out and we didn't have a vote on the motion, and that all finished at the end of the special county meeting. It was weird. And then this simply says, we note the discussions. Well, again, I don't know what that means, because an awful lot was said, and I don't know how that's been recorded. And then it says, well, we'll call a meeting. Well, we've been trying to get a meeting for a long time. That's what it's all about. The original recommendation from the 7th of April was exactly that, that we would call a meeting. And here we are at the end of July. So it's weird. It's just weird. So I'll vote for this, because this doesn't really say anything.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councillor Shanks.
Yeah, I'm sort of the same. I will note this, and I'm hoping by noting that some of my feedback will be taken on board, because some of the things I said in confidence are very important. I will sort of note that, although we had that discussion, there is some education there that I'm lacking in the process. I've got to put my hand up on that. So I think that might be an item that we're going to discuss a bit further in tonight's confidential reports. But yeah, look, I'm fine with voting for it.
Any other discussion? If not, Councillor Hughes, you happy for me to put that motion? All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so now we move on to the Corporate and Community Services Committee meeting held on the 14th of July. There's a couple motions for noting. So 12.5, we'll note, happy to accept a mover and seconder that we note these motions. Happy to accept a mover and a seconder. Councillor Hughes moved, seconded by Councillor Vallelonga. Thank you. Any discussion? If not, I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Moving down to item 12.5.1, Gawler Aquatic Centre Season Review. We have a recommendation. You happy to move that way, Councillor Davies, seconded by Councillor Vallelonga. Do you wish to speak at all? Sorry, Cody.
Just to say that we had a great presentation from the family, from the Sankey family. Just talking about his legacy and his history with the pool. So it's great that we're able to do something to support that.
Thank you. Councillor Vallelonga, as a seconder, do you wish to speak? No, you're okay. Any other discussion on this matter? If not, Councillor Davies, I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Change Original Music Festival. We had a good presentation by Martin Johnson. You happy to move that way, Councillor Goldstone? Seconded by Councillor Hughes. Mover, do you wish to speak at all? Seconder? Any other discussion? If not, I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Gawler Fringe. Good discussion had. You happy to move that way, Councillor Fraser? Seconded by Councillor Hughes. Do you wish to speak at all?
This was an interesting discussion that we had, and in the end we decided not to do the full weekend in Walker's Place, just to do the opening on Friday night and then just have some busking during the weekend in there if that's possible. That way we saved on all the security and the fencing, which probably means that we can pay for another smaller event by saving that money. So I thought that was a good decision in the end.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. You're the seconder. Do you wish to speak at all? You don't? No?
Yeah, just briefly, we sort of really were trying to get other events in the town as well. So just not have the Walker Place will be activated and busy, but it's trying to get other events in the town, and it's good that a few other pubs and other places in Gawler will actually have fringe events as well. And I think that's important, is we try and get the whole town activated. So and yeah, it was a really good discussion, and yeah, I think it should be a good outcome.
Thank you. Councillor Davies and Councillor Tooley.
Yeah, to clarify around the busking, etc., that's more than just on that weekend. We're trying to sort of, well, from now on, try and make sure there's more smaller events and things that can happen at that Walker Place now that it's all very nicely set up with benches and everything. It's a really good spot for that kind of thing. So I look forward to seeing that that place engaged more in the future.
Councillor Tooley.
Mayor, yeah, just two comments. I noticed that the total amount, if you add those two figures together, it's about 56,700, and that seems to have grown. I don't know that I'm that necessarily upset about it, but I am just surprised because in this chamber, over many years, there has been criticism that says we thought we were doing a seating amount and then it was going to be taken over by the community, and now, you know, council's carrying the burden. I'm not hearing those voices anymore. So I'm presuming that means everybody on council now is happy that we are spending this amount. And that is a significant amount, 56 grand. And the second point is, and I understand the idea of spreading it around, but that, again, are we recognising the criticism that we've had from businesses that, particularly when it was focused in Walker Place, it seemed to benefit a certain number of businesses, either because of their proximity or because they were given the opportunity to be vendors in that site. And the question from other businesses was, well, I'm not getting any growth. I'm not getting the opportunity to be a vendor. And yet the money I contribute to the council in my rates is going towards that $57,000, $56,000. So I'm bleeding money into it, but I'm not getting a benefit. So I think there really is, if we're going to justify that money, then we must make sure that we're inclusive of spreading the love to as many businesses as we can. And we do know with small businesses that it's the little bits they make on special events that really just makes a difference. You know, people will tell you that lead up to Christmas, if you get that, carries me on for months. Or that special weekend event that happens, I get a big benefit from that. So things like this, if it's done properly, you know, can inject that little bit of extra stimulus and finance into those businesses. So I hope that's taken on board, that we really do need to make sure we're inclusive of all our businesses.
I don't think have you spoken yet, Code? I don't think. Do you seek leave to speak again? Okay. 2/3, I think it is. Yep, you got 2/3. Yep. There you go.
So yeah, just to say, so that point two, it says that the fringe is implemented within the 2020-21 activation budget allocation, which is 30,000 plus 26,700 in kind. So that's not what we're spending on the Gawler fringe, as I understand it. That's correct, right?
Thank you, Aaron.
So through the Mayor, obviously at this stage, we're waiting for council to resolve whether or not this model is going to happen, because we haven't had an opportunity, to look at what is the costing for a Friday night event. We assume obviously it's drastically reduced from that amount, but I couldn't tell you as of yet what that amount would be. So that's something we'll be working on after this is resolved.
Yeah. So just to clarify, it's not that the Friday event will be a $56,000 event. Just to clarify.
Thank you. Councillor Kosh.
Yeah, look, thanks, Mayor. Look, I'm quite excited about this new format. I'd actually like to see in Walker Place a template that community groups can pick up to be able to run events at a reasonable rate. If you look at the Change Music Festival, it costs about $5,000 to run, and I think that covers 2 or maybe 3 days. For us to run the Fringe in Walker Place costs us over $50,000, so 10 times the amount. And a lot of that is rolled up in security and fencing and a whole range of other things. So if we can roll out events that are cheaper and I suppose cheaper, we can have multiple events in that space. We activate that space. I would actually like to see community organisations take on the role of managing and delivering events, say on a weekend, each weekend, for example, if we can sort out the traffic management, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I think, by doing this on the Friday night, we start to provide that template that we can do that. So, yeah, I'm all for this. And also, I found over the years, when we ran the event over the weekend, if it was a hot day, Saturday and Sunday, very few people would be in Walker Place. But I was here last year when it was in the Institute, and I was here all day, and it was packed basically all day. It was, people rotated through, but it was full all day. So it really shows that if you've got a good venue and it's air conditioned and everything else, people will turn up all day. So I think that said to me that it would work in here. So this one is really a blend of the Friday night event, which people really love, and then some events over the weekend. And I reckon that'd be successful, but we'll see how it goes. But I think it'll be successful.
Last year, the PA did a Lane Road Festival on the Saturday night, so I'm really hoping that they do that again. That was exceptionally successful, so it will work.
Yes, I mean, the other thing I wanted to add is if we can activate Walker Place on a regular basis, that would then spill out potentially in the other laneways around that precinct. There's a number of laneways that could also be activated, and that would move, down and up, in the town, because a lot of towns have activated laneways. They're beautiful spaces. So there's a lot of potential here. So this budget is not just spent for a weekend event, but it actually potentially activates that space for the whole year. So I'm quite excited by this mix. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sample.
Yes, I certainly agree with a lot of Councillor Koch said. I think the traffic control is going to be one that's going to have to be looked at. I was talking to Lou Costello, the police officer in charge of Gawler here, and for any of you that have gone during the day around Julian Terrace, the traffic now is bumped up right back to the Kingsford Hotel to get around that corner, which is impossible. I think there's about 8 cars can get around the corner before it starts. And I think now with Walker Place being open, I would say that council probably has it in hand to be able to monitor how many cars come through there, because if you're going to shut it on a weekend or during the week or whatever, those cars have to go somewhere else. So we need to know how many cars are going to actually utilise that crossroad through there. The only other thing is that this is the fringe is to showcase Gawler and our district, right? We must put full emphasis on Gawler talent. We just had Gawler talent on Australia, what do you call it?
Sunrise.
Yeah, or what it, yes, Sunrise, yeah. And there's so many stars. I mean, from Trinity and some of the stars are out there singing all over the country. Fabulous. And so forth. And we've got so much talent here, and just don't start bringing people in from some other areas and country. This is to showcase Gawler. I really think we should proudly push that way.
Thank you. Any other discussion? If not, Councillor Fraser, you happy for me to put the motion on? I'll put that motion. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your hands. All those against, it is carried. Thank you. Okay, where am I up to? Customer service strategy, 12.5.4. You happy to move that way, Councillor Fraser? Do I have a seconder? Councillor Liddle, thank you. Any discussion? Seconder, do you wish to speak at all? Councillor Koch. Yes.
At the meeting, I made some comments around service levels. I'm just wondering whether that's been included in the feedback.
Ms Finlay?
So through the Mayor, we haven't made those changes as yet. So it's gone out for public consultation as was in, or will be going, as was in the meeting, but we'll make those amendments prior to bringing it back to September CCS.
No problem. Any other discussion? Oh, thank you. If there's no other discussion, Councillor Fraser, you happy for me to put the motion? I'll put that motion. All those in favour of the motion, carried unanimously. Thank you. Now, Councillor Sample, you wish to move a motion?
I move that the meeting, the advance to 11 o'clock.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Shanks. All those in favour, please raise your hands. High, please. All those in favour? 6. All those against? It is carried. Thank you. Okay. That was carried. Thank you, Chris. Extended to 11 o'clock. 11 p.m. Now we move on to Heritage Mobile Device Interactive Links that we have a recommendation from the committee. You happy to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Fraser. Any discussion? If not, I'll put that motion. All those in favour of the motion, carried unanimously. Thank you. Carbeathan Reserve Master Plan. Good discussion here as well at the meeting. Do I have a move of, you happy to move that way, Councillor Hughes? Do I have a seconder? Councillor Fraser. Any discussion? Councillor Hughes.
Just briefly, it is a really big development. It's really important for all our sporting clubs and different clubs involved to sort of get behind this to actually help lobby state and federal government. It's one of our icon projects, like the swimming pool, that we also know will cost us a lot of money, but we need for our community. It's certainly a great master plan, and we certainly don't want it sitting on a shelf anywhere. We want to hopefully be able to progress through this process, but when funding is available or different grants or opportunities are available, staff, and we did have quite a good discussion at the meeting on this, just to actually try and get traction if any opportunities to sort of speed this whole process up actually comes along, and also the funding, I think, is probably the most important part of it, but it is quite exciting, and it is a really good plan as well for the site.
Thank you. Any other discussion? If not, Councillor Hughes, be happy for me to put that motion. I'll put that motion. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your hands. I'll ask you to vote. All those in favour of the motion, carried unanimously. Thank you. Now we move on to the Audit Committee recommendations. And that was a really good discussion with the consultants that were there, the internal controls, Bentley's. So we have a officer's recommendation where we're noting the delegated resolutions. Are you happy to move that way, Councillor Fraser? Councillor Little seconded. Any discussion on those delegated resolutions that we're noting? You want to speak to that?
Look, it was very good discussion. The only thing is I was on Zoom and I did have trouble connecting in and out. So at the meeting, if I looked a little bit away with it, was because I had trouble. But that was just a bit of feedback that it wasn't the best. No. It's very difficult to, and I had trouble right at the start actually to get the first bit. But anyway, it was great discussion and fantastic input from the independent members.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other discussion on this noting motion? If not, Councillor Fraser, are you happy for me to move the motion? I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. And we'll move to, so that's that. That's the Audit Committee. External body reports. Again, we're noting the minutes. You happy to move that way? This is the Climate Emergency Action Plan Working Group. Move that way, Councillor Fraser. Do I have a second? Councillor Koch. Any discussion? Yep. Thank you.
I really like their minutes. They're very informative, especially seeing as you're not at the meeting. By reading their minutes, you actually get the feeling of what's going on. But I do note that these minutes that we're moving now are from the 18th of June, and they've actually had another meeting on the 15th of July, which is 13 days ago. So it would be really good if we were able to get the current,
I noticed that too.
minutes at the next council meeting.
Yeah, is there any, can that be facilitated, Jack? Yep, okay, lovely. Thank you. So we have a mover and a seconder. Any discussion on these minutes? If not, I'll put that motion. You happy for me to? All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. That's the seat minutes. Northern Adelaide Waste Management Authority. You happy to move that way, Councillor Koch? Councillor Little seconded. Any discussion on the minutes? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. That's the normal minutes. Reconciliation Action Plan. I like reading these minutes too because I don't go to the meetings and it does give me an understanding. So yeah, I hear what you're saying. You happy to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Fraser. And seconded by Councillor Little. Any discussion? Yep. Thank you, Councillor Fraser.
Yes, I'd just like to say for those people in the report, they're talking about the movie In My Blood, and In My Blood It Runs. And for anybody who missed that, it's actually available on iView, and it is really worth watching. Can be a bit disturbing, but it's still worth watching. And I was also impressed by the phrases on the plaques that they've chosen to go along the river.
Oh yeah, they're fabulous.
Amazing.
Fabulous. Yeah, I was impressed with that too. Any other discussion? If not, I'll put that, happy for me to put that motion? I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. That's the Reconciliation Action Plan. So now that concludes the external body reports. We don't have any questions on notice. Questions without notice. Councillor Sample and Councillor Davies.
Mayor Karen, as Councillor Tooley said before about the RV friendly, and that I was there tonight. I actually drove around and walked around tonight. And if I've got an RV and I can't afford them, they're $500,000, but and I came into Gawler and I thought, what a beautiful little town. And I pull up in that lovely area there next to where it says, we are recreation RV friendly. And then I read the signpost there that says, no parking from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And then I say to my wife, gee dear, we better have a bit of sleep because we've got to go on by 8 o'clock. Now, that's not inviting people to stop in Gawler for a day.
And your question, Councillor Sample?
Well, the question is, when are the 2-hour signs going to be removed? Because we have to leave 2 of them further up, which was agreement with the caravan park, so that they can park there and then go on in. But the rest of the remainder area has been very, very successfully making money lately because it's where the police have been there, stopping everybody. So
when
but they've been doing their job,
So is that Ryan's or is it yours, Sam? Maybe take it on notice so we can perhaps clarify exactly where, and we'll get an answer back to Councillor Sample. Thank you. Councillor Davies, you had a question?
Yeah, just following up on what I mentioned during the council members' reports about that, the little intersection near the Bunnings and the signage. Is there anything on the council's end that we can do to support the school with that?
Mr. Delena?
Yeah, through you, Mayor. I did take a note of that and I'll contact you, Councillor Davies, just to find some more background and then we'll discuss that with the school and possible options or otherwise.
Thank you. I have a question, Councillor Fraser and then Councillor Vallelonga.
It's actually on the back of what Councillor Sample was just talking about. Is it possible for, if they're going to do that, remove the 2-hour sign, for it to actually be RV vans only? Because otherwise we're going to end up with what we had before, where cars park along there for sale all the time, and we end up with a lot of problems.
We had huge problems.
Yeah, we did have huge problems with that. So we have to be aware of that again, I think.
Thank you. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Now, Councillor Vallelonga, you had your hand up.
Yeah, this is a question or a motion, I suppose. Why can't we refurbish the toilets that are there now and, instead of spending all that money for new toilets. That it'll save council a lot of money.
So the toilets in Julian Terrace, you're
Yeah.
asking questions to
Yes.
Mr. Delena. Do you want to, are you able to respond or do you want to take it on notice, Sam? It's up to you. You can
I
respond.
can respond. I mean, the council's made motions to the effect to demolish the toilets and rebuild new ones. We've got grant funding that's effective, needs to be expended by the 31st of December, which includes an allocation of $350,000 towards new toilet and the pocket park, which is where the existing toilets are redevelopment. So if there is to be a change in that position, it needs to be a council motion to rescind the other motion and put forward another option.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you. I think that's addressed that question. Councillor Tooley.
Yeah, I just have a few, Mayor. Firstly, Mayor, I asked several questions about notice at the 7th of July special council meeting when we were finishing off the adjourned part of the 23rd of June, and most of those were taken on notice, but I have not yet received a response to them. So I'm just wondering, where is my response to those questions?
We'll follow that up. Thank you. We'll follow
Sorry?
that up. We'll follow that up and get them to you as soon as we can.
Thank you. And if you could share them to everybody, obviously. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Second question through you, Mayor, and I think this may go to Mr. Delena, but the upgraded bridge.
The Heritage
Adelaide Road,
Bridge.
yeah, the
Heritage.
one that we spent a lot of money on, we put the road barriers. To this date, we haven't put up the
No.
safety screen. And I was walking across there the other day, and I'm very conscious of my little 2-year-old grandson.
Mm.
And it just terrified me that if a young child like that was to fall through, they would die.
Yeah, and it's a very
And
good question.
Now,
Yeah.
I know we looked at a number of possibilities. I think we may have gone for a perspex, I think. And I don't know if we're locked into that, but it's not the only one. And we did have some questions about scratch. There is, and I've seen these in many places, there is what appears, you don't even see it, it's black. It's like a black high tensile netting almost, which is stretched over, goes right down to the ground. It's almost indestructible, but it has a low vis. You know, that was one of our issues. If we put perspex, is it going to be scratch, high vis? So I don't know if we're locked in to a particular fitting. If we are, we must get it fitted.
Yeah, I think you're well aware of that, and that has delayed the formal opening of or celebration of the grant, because we've got quite a bit of money for that bridge. But yeah, so Sam, if you can provide some clarification.
Yes, certainly. So we've carried some money over into this 2021 financial year. I think it's probably about $150,000. One of the key things, we separated that component out of the original project budget, and I've done a separate little review because certainly we all share the same concerns about vandalism of those perspex panels, and have done a benchmarking review with respect to what other road authorities do in similar instances, and we've actually come up with a really good body of work with respect to the option, which is effectively an acrylic perspex being provided, and are progressing through some of the detail in respect to getting an internal approvals through the Development Development Act, and are close to packaging that up for a going out to market. So we're not far away, but we have been held up with some of that process, and really keen to make sure that we get a solution that does actually is not just an engineered solution, but reflective of the heritage of the bridge and some of those aspects. So it's taken a bit longer than I would have liked, but certainly I'm comfortable where we've got to with respect to that. So we have produced it's effectively going to be in accordance with the design intent that was previously presented to council.
So soon?
In the coming, I haven't got a date yet. We're currently scheduling our program of works for next financial year, but that's certainly one of the earlier deliverables.
Okay, thank you. Okay. One more? Certainly.
Yep, just one last question. Mayor, I know I sometimes ask questions which are uncomfortable, maybe critical. And I know that a lot of money's been spent on getting legal advice in order to effectively block my questions from either being asked or even put into the agenda so that the public can even see what I'm asking. I'm pursuing that avenue to find out whether that really is in the best interest, the public interest. But my question is, Mayor, could we get a figure, please, of how much money has been spent on that exercise of finding ways to preclude my questions from being even answered or put in the agenda?
Point of order, I'll deal with that point of order. So point of order, which part of the meeting procedures or acts are you?
Can you put the microphone on? I can't hear you.
So that would be the code of conduct under the Local Government Act. Okay. I think that I'm going to uphold that point of order.
Mayor, can I ask Councillor Fraser to put a microphone? I can't even hear what she just said. If it's a point of order again against me,
It's a point of order because it's disrespectful and it's also untrue. The legal opinion's not untrue, but the rest of it is. The reason for it is untrue. It's not to block you, it's to do the right thing. It's to be within the law.
We'll deal with the point of order, which is about the code of conduct being respectful. So I'll uphold that. I think it is disrespectful. But if you've got any other questions, Councillor Tooley, if you've got any other questions? But I'll move on to Councillor Koch if you haven't.
my question is, I just, and I hope that media pick up on this. I've heard several points of order tonight where I ask a question and it gets thrown at me that it's disrespectful, and no one will tell me, and neither you, Councillor Fraser, say what is the wording. Okay. It's a simple, and you want to throw a code of conduct.
I've dealt
and
with
say,
the point of order. So
he's out of order.
You're just
when I'm
making
simply asking a question, that is the reality.
You're making a comment now, so I'm gonna move on to Councillor Koch. So I'll move on to Councillor Koch. Thank you. You have a question, do you?
Just going back to the bridge and the the
perspex.
The perspex. Is that set in stone? It's just that I argue quite strongly that a mesh would be better, mesh than a bar to give you the safety. And I thought that would look a lot more aesthetically pleasing and fitting with the bridge architecture. So is that off the cards, or are we stuck now with perspex?
Mr. Delina.
Certainly not off the cards. There is certainly time to revisit that if that is the council's position. Maybe in considering the commentary in regards to tonight, I might formulate a bit of an email to let the members, providing an update as to where we're at, providing some of that report. That was a benchmarking report, which is a really thorough report that was undertaken we had Walter Brook assist us pull that together. And from that, that might sort of spur a potential council motion, maybe at August council meeting or otherwise.
Thank you. Any other questions without notice? Okay. We'll move on to motions on notice. We have a series of motions. I will take them one at a time. So 16.1, Councillor Tooley, do you wish? Oh, sorry, CEO.
Yeah, I'd like to declare a conflict or an interest in the matter, and I'll be leaving the chamber.
Okay.
And I'll ask Mr. Viney just to take the seat to assist if he needs to.
Okay, and the nature of your conflict, because it's okay.
The information that Mr. Tooley's talking to refers to matters that I just think, given the information that's been circulated more recently, it'd be more appropriate that I just declare that interest and leave the chamber.
Thank you. Allow the CEO to leave the room, and Mr. Viney will take the seat. Thank you, Rowan. Okay, so Councillor Tooley, do you wish to present your motion, please?
It's been a long time coming. I received a a call from the Ombudsman or an email back in February that if you've ever had an email from the Ombudsman that says he's acting on behalf of the ICAC Commissioner and that you're accused of leaking a confidential document, it's a very, very scary thing to get. And then he goes on to say, and if you talk about it, that's a criminal offence, and I might charge you $20,000. So I've had to sit in silence with that. And I said to the Ombudsman in my reply initially that in one sense I wasn't totally surprised, because since about November, I've been aware of rumours in the community that it was me that had leaked it. And I also started to form the view that I felt members of this administration or council may have had that view, just body language comments. So I couldn't say anything. And I didn't even know what the actual allegations were until the preliminary report came out. And when the preliminary report came out, the Ombudsman disclosed what the actual accusations were. And the person who's made it is anonymous. They're just referred to in the document as the reporter. And this is the Ombudsman's report that I table for us tonight, and I've circulated it to you all. It is his final report. And in there, he lists those items which I'm accused of by the reporter. And if any of you have worked with the process with the Ombudsman, I think you have, Paul, as an investigator, he writes in a certain style and you have to give information in a certain way. And it was a huge sigh of relief when I realised that he had believed what I'd said. The other document that I asked that we would accept tonight was what I've called my submission, and it is my rebuttal. And you always get invited to do this. I was invited, the reporter who made the claim was invited, and you submit those to the Ombudsman. And I asked the Ombudsman whether he had any problem in releasing both of these documents. And the Ombudsman wrote back and said, no, that they're in the public interest to do that. And that's why it surprised me that I found it so hard to get this tabled. And you all have seen my emails where I've tried to, because I thought that our own policy said that at item 7.2 in that policy, complaints handling, that if a person who's found innocent chooses, it can be tabled. Anyway, you've seen the to's and froings. So we've got to the point where this can be tabled. What the administration has suggested, though, is that they don't want me to table this document. Now, I've circulated this to all of you, and the media, you're more than happy to get a copy of this. There's nothing in there that is not in the public realm. There's nothing that's in there that's defamatory. What is in there is exactly what the Ombudsman has said to me you can release in the public interest. In the
Point of order. Got a point of order. We'll deal with that. What is the point of order?
We've received legal advice, two separate pieces of legal advice, that information has defamatory comments in it.
We won't be talking about the submission.
No, but Councillor
So what
Tooley,
is your point of order?
that Councillor Tooley should,
No, what is it? It has to reflect the regulations or the Act.
well, he's been disrespectful in saying that he can't release the submission when we've got two pieces of legal advice saying that we shouldn't be releasing
I won't uphold that point of order. However, Councillor Tooley, if you can cease talking about the other submission and just deal with the Ombudsman's investigation report. Thank you.
Resume again now, thank you. Yep, okay. So when I spoke back to the Ombudsman and he accepted this point, there are a number of things that, on the surface of it, he says that, look, I think I was right to investigate because on the surface of it, these things could have been valid and I was able to rebut those. And I'll just mention a couple of them. There was one that said, it says here in point 2 in the report, this is, I'm reading from the Ombudsman's report, it says this: Mr. Annett informed Councillor Tooley on the 20th of November 2019 that the Ombudsman's investigation report regarding his conduct would be presented to Council at the next meeting. And a few hours later, the first media inquiry was received suggesting the leak may have occurred as an act of retribution by Councillor Tooley. Now, as I pointed out, I never had a problem with Mr. Annett on that. And I already knew that the report was coming because the Ombudsman had written to me and he'd said, it's going to be tabled and you're going to be censured. I knew that. So when I got that email on the 20th of November at 12:13, I wasn't angry at Mr. Annett. In fact, I didn't even open it because my son had just come over from America after 2 years. But the amazing thing is that by 3:15 on the same day, that is when the journalist, Colin James, published online his article. Now, if you think about it, that means between 12:15 and 3:15, that's 3 hours. In those 3 hours, apparently I got angry. I then contacted Colin James. I somehow got to Adelaide, pulled him away from whatever he was doing, got him to read a 20-page document. He then decided it was worthy of a report. He then went to his editor, and then his editor said, I'll write a report. And then it got published. I mean, just fanciful. It also claimed that there was only 4 of us that had confidential documents, when in fact there were far more people had confidential documents. It also said that the reporter says there was a text to the editor that's called himself Ian of Gawler East, who was critical of the CEO. And as I said to the Ombudsman, you can go, the Bunyip know of that person, it's not me. And if someone had ever asked me, they would have known it's not me. I don't ever send text to the editor. There is another Ian in Gawler East who does, and it's not me. And so I was able to rebut all of those points that the reporter made against me. And I'm just so thankful it's a weight off my shoulders. And that's why it's so important to me tonight that we get this out there, because I was aware of those rumours, that people in the community, and maybe even many of you, thought, is it bloody Tooley that's done this?
My time's up, Ian. Time's up. Thank you. So we've got a mover for this motion. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Vallelonga, do you wish to speak? No. So Councillor Vallelonga seconds. Any other discussion on this matter? Councillor Koch.
I'll be voting against this motion purely on the fact that Councillor Tooley picks and chooses what he wants to agree with when it comes to investigations and ombudsman's reports. The investigation that I put a complaint in, he was found to breach 6 parts of that code, 6 parts.
Point of order? What's your point of order, Ian? You need to reflect the.
Councillor Koch is vilifying me and dragging up an issue for which I've already been censured.
If you could just.
And we've had that whole debate. This is not relevant to this, Mayor. We've had that whole debate over
Point of
meeting
order.
after
If I
meeting.
can deal with the point of order, what is the part of the Act or the regulation?
He is being extremely disrespectful to me in the code, and he has to be respectful to members, and he's being extremely disrespectful to me by dragging up an issue that's not relevant to this.
I am going to uphold that point of order. If
Thank
you
you,
cannot be disrespectful, I agree with Councillor Tooley. If you can keep it to the point and make your statement. Thank you. I'll just turn that. There we go.
I would actually say that was in his submission. But anyway, Councillor Tooley picks and chooses whatever reports that he likes. Some he doesn't like, some he does like. So because he's inconsistent, I'm not going to support this.
He's finished.
I'm not, it's the truth.
All right, now we won't go back and forth. You did call a point of order, so I will deal with that. Disrespectful. I will agree with Councillor Tooley, but I think, so I'll uphold that point of order if that can be reflected in the minutes. Thank you. I think you've finished, Councillor Koch.
Finished, thank you.
Any other discussion? Councillor Shanks.
Yeah, look, this does not work in my world. If I've got a problem with someone, they know about it. Those points that have been raised through the ICAC, the Ombudsman, dragging on for the months that it has, and obviously had an emotional toll on one of the elected members, just seems like a wasteful point. I'm all for when you get to a point of, well, you know what, we can't figure out who's right or wrong, then report it, then go to the next step. Councillor Tooley's given his submission here that the Ombudsman has turned around and said, well, you know what, Ian, you're absolutely right. And those points, as you see them, are so weak. So there was a cut it off at the pass moment that the reporter did not take. And they did not take it in the time we're in. I mean, again, this doesn't parallel with anything that I'm used to in my world. And if we are reporting people, please make it worthy of our time, because what this has done has only added to the tension, and it hasn't actually mended anything. It hasn't done anything. All it's done is just add more and more disruption, unneeded disruption, for these wishy-washy points that have been picked apart. So congratulations, Councillor Tooley, for being found innocent. I'm truly happy that you were. I wasn't aware that you were being accused. And then in saying that, there was the rumours going around, but I wasn't really interested in believing the rumours. But yeah, it's a weird situation, and it could have been avoided. And I hope this just comes as some sort of example of, you know, maybe mitigation, maybe some sort of conversation before may stop wasting our time. But that's my comments. I'm happy to support it because Councillor Tooley is within his rights to scream this from the rooftop, as I'll be recommending to our CEO if our investigation comes back favourable for him as well. So, yeah, look, we are where we are. I just hope we can be better.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councillor Fraser?
I can't vote for this. If it was just point one, I would, but we've already received notification that legally point two shouldn't happen, so I can't vote for it.
No, it can. No, it was the other document. So this is legal. This is a valid motion.
Is that?
Yes, yes. Councillor Little, do you wish to say something?
I'm going to say something. I've been sitting here listening to a lot of people talk. I'll start off by saying Councillor Tooley wouldn't be the most popular bloke in this chamber. But that's not the way you should be judging this motion. You should be judging the motion of fairness and how it's been presented. The man was accused of something that he didn't do. It's been found by the Ombudsman. I've had many dealings with the Ombudsman, and I can tell you now, if there was something in it, they would have done something. They're also equally good at exonerating people as well. So I believe the councillor has a right to table it as it is, to show that there was a slight miscarriage of justice in that regard. And like I said before, personality should not come into it, and you should vote on the motion as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? If not, Councillor Tooley, do you want to wrap it up?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, just to clarify, Councillor Fraser, I was asked by Paul to remove this because of the alleged legal advice. That has been removed. That is not in there. I'm more than happy for this document to be out there. There is nothing in there that's
so if you cannot refer to that.
Yeah, okay. I thank Councillor Shanks and Councillor Little for their comments. It's a strange thing, but I am aware that I'm not the most popular with people. It has come to my attention. You know, I think if we ever look back on the records, the number of points of order against me for what I will call amazing things it'll probably indicate some data on that. The reason I can sleep at night is because I believe that I'm not unhappy. I wasn't elected to be liked. I'm fiercely fighting for what I believe is right. I cannot stand injustice. I cannot stand discrimination. I cannot stand, an uneven playing field. I'll always fight hard at that, always have, always will. And if that ruffles people, then I can live with that. I can sleep with that. But I do believe in fairness. And this has been a heavy weight. I couldn't talk to anybody about this. And when you read it, I like the point Councillor Shanks said. Those points that the reporter made were wishy-washy. Wishy-washy. I'm pleased, it says quite clearly the journalists have gone on the record as saying it did not come from Councillor Tooley. That should have been enough. Did not come from him, they said. The other thing that I really love about this report is that I've been criticised for writing letters to the editor and for speaking to journalists, and thank God for the Ombudsman. He's come out in point 18 and 19. I am not persuaded that the fact that Councillor Tooley has sent non-confidential matter to the media in the past indicates that he would send confidential stuff. And point 19, councils are not expected to operate in secrecy, and promoting transparency and openness ought to be encouraged where doing so is in the public interest and would not reveal confidential information. It is certainly not unusual for councillors to make comment or provide details on council matters to the media. That's from the highest level. And I do that a lot. And one of the reasons why I do speak to the media a lot is because I feel I get no opportunity to get an answer to a question or a matter here. And so because I'm frustrated at being shut down, what I believe is inappropriately, then I do speak to the media. And finally, the Ombudsman, in points 25 or 22, he says this, what I've always said, I note that it's possible that it was a staff member who may have come across the document. It was always thought that it was an elected member, and we were stopped from getting hard copies because we were blamed for it. I always said it could have been a staff member, and he says the same thing at point 22. And in point 25 and 26, he says, on the one hand, the initial submission from the reporter, yeah, look, I think I was right to go for it, but he then goes on to say, I'm exonerated. And I thank the Ombudsman for that. And I ask you, folks, it's very important to me that this goes on the public record, because it's important to me that the public know it was not me. And this helps me get the message out. So I hope you'll support the motion that we get this included on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Debate's closed. I'll put that motion. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your hands. All those against? It is carried. Thank you. Councillor called a division. Councillor Tooley has called a division. All those in favour, please stand. And I'll call your name out. All those in favour, you ready, Chris? Okay. All those in favour are Councillor Davies, Councillor Goldstone, Councillor Vallelonga, Councillor Tooley, Councillor Little, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Shanks, Councillor Samble, Councillor Fraser. All those against, Councillor Koch. If you could, the motion is carried. Thank you. You may take your seats. All good, Chris? Yep, thank you. Okay, Councillor Tooley, 16.2. I'd like to present your motion, please. Oh, one moment. We'll bring CEO back in. Thank you. If you'd like to present your motion, Councillor Tooley.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I've been studying the Act a lot recently, and coming across little gems that were never covered in our induction. And Regulation 78A of the Act talks about the obtaining of legal advice. And I sent you a copy of 78A, and it says that it is allowable at council's expense that a member may obtain legal advice. Now, I've asked about that in the past and told that no, I couldn't. And yet I see on the other side of the divide that our administration spends gazillions on legal advice. And there have been times where I've wanted, in the course of my duty as an elected member, to obtain legal advice. So this actually allows for it. And it says you need a policy, and we don't have a policy. So what my motion is doing is...
Just one moment, just for point, we actually do have a policy around the elected members getting legal advice.
We don't.
Yeah, we do.
Mayor, can I did ask, and it got sent to me, and it talks about you. It says...
No, there's a separate one. Yeah.
Well, well, if I could just finish, please, Councillor Hughes, right?
You've got the floor, but we do have one.
Mayor, well, okay, if I could clarify. You would have seen my emails before I submitted this. I wrote to governance, CC to all of you, and I asked for a copy of that document that you say we've got. And what they sent me back was the one that shows how the CEO can get legal advice and how the presiding member can get legal advice. And I asked for the one that shows where members could get legal advice, and they could not provide one. It was only after that advice from governance that I then moved this motion. Now, I don't want to waste anybody's time, but that's the only reason I'm moving this motion. And you'll notice that in my motion, what I'm doing is, it simply says we acknowledge that 78A exists. And then secondly, what I'm asking is that we obtain exemplars, because often that's a good thing. We as a membership look at those exemplars, and we might be able to choose a good one that says that works. Because I do understand, as it says here in this legislation, that it's not open slather, that we can just go crazy, and I wouldn't want us to do that. But we don't have a policy.
We do. I don't mean to be disruptive, but we do, and I've read it before. It's not specific around council members, but there is provision for council members to seek advice. Now, I'm just trying to think of a way forward here so that you get the intent. No, just one moment. Use the exemplars.
We have a way forward.
Yeah.
We have a way forward. My motion, Mayor,
we already have a policy.
No, we don't, Mayor, because
we do.
Then you need to sack governance, because I went to governance before I did this, and I asked governance if we have one.
I completely appreciate what you're saying.
And they couldn't provide it.
But I just wonder whether your wording needs to be just tweaked a bit to allow for the fact that we do have wording in a policy. Now, I appreciate that governance haven't provided, and I don't have any answer to that. But to develop a draft, or you could put a new policy, a new draft policy, and that might cover off, because I know I've read it. So I don't have it in front of me, but that's up to the administration to find that, frankly. Okay, CEO, any guidance here? So I see where Councillor Tully's trying to go, and I accept that, but there is, yeah.
Through the chair, I'm certainly aware that there's a policy that pertains to the mayor seeking legal advice. In terms of whether there are other policies, which by implications, my recollection is that elected members in their own right don't have capacity to seek legal advice, but I'm happy to get clarification from governance. The alternative, irrespective, we could seek a variation to part 2, which reads, uses the exemplars to develop a draft policy, or to develop a draft policy or amend existing policies for a member's consideration. So there is a policy that pertains to legal advice that's specific to the presiding member. That's my other suggestion in terms of using this motion to vary or address existing policies or otherwise.
Yeah, that would cover off on it. Are you happy with those slight changes? It just gives a bit of flexibility for us to search for that.
Mayor, I've done my homework. The purpose of this is if in doing this, the council comes up with their exemplar, which I don't think exists, but you think does. And I mean, I've been faultless in this. I went to governance first. I CC'd you all in.
I accept that.
And I got told we don't have one. And that's when I've come to this.
No, I accept that.
So if it stands as it is, Mayor, I think it'll do the same thing, because what will happen is they will table the town of Gawler policy, if it exists, along with other examples, and we'll be able to meld them together to come up with a good one.
Okay. So you're keeping with your existing wording? Okay. So you've moved it.
I think Councillor Koch wants to second my motion.
You've spoken to the motion. Do I have a seconder?
He's been chafing at the bit to second my motion.
Do I have a seconder for the motion?
Go for it.
Do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Babalonger, do you wish to speak? No. Open it up to the floor. Question?
Requested some legal advice regarding the submission he just talked about. We got some legal advice that said that there was issues with it. He disagreed with that and he asked for second advice, and he got that. We got that today in an email. Okay. We already have a process where councillors can seek and get legal advice to assist them in their duties already. So I assume that that's embedded in an existing policy, because we actually have an example of it.
Yep. So I'll refer to the CEO around how council members can seek legal advice currently.
It's predominantly at the discretion of the CEO. That is, if council administration are dealing with a matter that an issue is raised from an elected member that the administration can't answer and that legal advice is otherwise considered, then it's my discretion in terms of whether we seek that advice.
Thank you. That answers that question. Councillor Hughes and then Councillor Fraser.
Just a sort of follow-on question on that. So it's working through the CEO to get to, or the acting CEO to sort of get legal, and that's what happened the other day. So is that correct? We as a group, we work through this.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's correct. Yeah, yeah. As the CEO said, the CEO has discretion to refuse, and yeah, and that's how that works. That's how that works with me, actually. I cannot recall when I went off and got my own legal advice. I always go through the CEO. I think it's good practice myself. I can, as a presiding member, seek legal advice, but I must bring it to council. And I've chosen to go through the CEO. I think it's better to be collaborative. Now, Councillor Fraser.
First of all, I just have a question. First of all, I just want to say that I think probably that procedure is safer, because otherwise you're going to have elected members ringing lawyers all the time, and before we know it, we're going to have massive legal bills. But apart from that, I was going to say that if this goes ahead, maybe we should ask the staff whether they can do it by the 25th of August, because it seems to me that we just set a date and expect them to do it on top of their workload. So maybe we should negotiate with the staff to find out when there is a date. That's if this goes ahead. But
so the question is to staff, CEO?
Yes.
Just turn it on, sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. I was hoping to have the opportunity to seek Councillor Tooley's interest in extending that from August to September, 25th of September.
So you're happy to put September on that? Okay, we'll change that to September, Chris. September ordinary council meeting. Thank you. So we'll just change that to, thank you. Councillor Shanks.
Look, I'm happy to support this. We've got 7 minutes left and I'm the next motion after. So I think we're wasting a little bit of time here because I think what's happening is the motion as it sits will tease out if there is or if there isn't a policy that Councillor Tooley is looking for. So we can sit here and debate until the end of the meeting if we like on something that we actually don't know, or we can wait for this motion to get up and then we can clear it up there. Just quickly, I'm also in support of this just because legal advice is a little bit fickle. There have been multiple times where I've actually sought my own verbal advice, as you all know, when there are situations where my opinion is actually in conflict with the administration. A couple of times that's actually come to my favour. Other times it hasn't. It is what it is. But going through the very administration that has a position on a certain item to ask legal advice on your behalf just seems like a weird way to go about it, especially if I'm against. So if there is exemplars and if there is councils that have ways of being able to tap into the asset that the council administration have, then happy days. But we do have to be careful that we are very respectful for it. And that's why these exemplars that come back and whatever policy may come of it, we do need to be very, very careful that we're not being wasteful. So that's why I'll be supporting the way it sits. And I hope there's no more discussion and we can move on.
Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, I'm actually going to vote against it because I do think we've already got a policy in place that is working. It worked at really short notice to actually get 2 lots of legal advice very quickly. I'm trying to speak, Councillor Tooley. Would you let me please speak? Thank you. And so it's not really, we are supposed to work as a team, even if we disagree. So I'm concerned that us getting independent legal advice may undermine the CEO, acting CEO, mayor. It's not for individuals. We're not, as individual councillors, council. We don't act on our own. We act as a group, and as a group we make decisions through the CEO and the mayor to actually implement them. So I don't see a need for it. I am very concerned that it could be used for personal issues or personal matters. It could even act for councillors to, hopefully not, but act outside of their role, and that they may not be protected. So I think we have to be careful, and the funding may be used outside of normal processes. So especially if it's on civil matters or things like that. So I think what we've got now actually does work. It actually keeps the costs down, and actually having it come through a central person like the CEO or acting service CEO will actually reduce duplication and cost as well. And is a controlling factor, which is what we've got now. So yeah, really happy to vote this down and continue on how we're going.
Thank you. Councillor Goldstone.
Just have one question and one comment, if I can. The question is, in the motion, in point 1, it says that the Act, Section 78 or Regulation 70AA of the Act states that the regulations may establish a scheme under which a member of the council may directly obtain legal advice. Question is does anyone know if such a scheme has been established within the regulations? Because if it hasn't, then it's that part of it hasn't been. So you're not going to be able to obtain exemplars of schemes.
I'll get that question answered.
They won't exist.
I'll get that answered. CEO.
No, there's no such scheme, but there are policies both that we have and other councils have.
Okay, so Kit, you wish to speak? Yeah, just if you can turn your, thank you. Kelvin.
Yeah, look, I will be voting against this because I don't agree with individual councils being able to obtain legal advice at council's cost. I haven't heard of it before. It probably happens in the city somewhere, but I just think it's treading on dangerous ground, and I'll be voting against it.
Thank you. Councillor Koch.
Look, I'll be voting against this. To actually give the power to a councillor to get direct legal advice when, I mean, I'm not sure with what Councillor Shanks was saying. I maybe misspoke, but he said against something else. So I'm not sure what that meant, but against what the CEO has said or something like that. So you're actually pitting someone against another one at council's expense. That could, I mean, that's very, very dangerous. You know, you've got a situation where someone could be out fishing for advice. I mean, it really is. It's very dangerous ground to be on. I think the fact that we actually can seek and get legal advice through, you know, the CEO or the acting CEO at very short notice means it works. And we saw it the other day. We got some legal advice. Someone wasn't happy with it. We even got second legal advice, the same advice, but you know, within a day. I mean, that's incredible. So there's no reason to have another system. All I can see this is somebody weaponising it. That's all I can see. So I won't be voting for it.
Okay. Any other discussion? If not, Councillor Tooley.
Okay. Firstly, let's clarify. To use the example of me saying to Mr. Horwood, would you please get second advice, as an example that a council member is directing it is a nonsense. I did not ask for that legal advice. They sought legal advice in order to block me putting a document. I challenged it and they got second. That does not mean that I have the powers to initiate legal advice. Secondly, Kelvin, when it says scheme, it means a policy. That's the language of the Act. And policies do exist in other councils. I'm aware of them. And can also say that you've all gone off on this tangent, but you haven't read this document. It says at point 1, this is neat. I did not write this regulation. This is in the Act. This is in the Act. It says, the regulations may establish a scheme under which a member of a council
Keep going, Councillor Tooley.
may directly obtain legal advice at the expense of the council to assist the member in performing or discharging their official functions and duties. I didn't write that. We're allowed to do that.
It is 11 o'clock, Councillor Tooley.
Thank you. But the protections are there. If you look at point 3, the scheme, the policy will impose limitations on the obtaining of legal advice. It will provide a process for approving the request. It has all of the caveats of protection in there. It does not open an open slather at all.
It's 11
It doesn't
o'clock.
do that.
I would suggest you
Matt.
wrap up.
So please just be aware that 7.8a, when you read the whole thing, it covers all of those things. It does not mean one against the other or an open slather. The protections are there. All I'm asking is that we have a look at the other policies that exist in other councils, because there may be times where we will legitimately be endorsed to go and get that legal advice.
Thank you.
And the Act says we can.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? All those against? It is carried on the it is lost on the casting vote of the mayor.
You said carried.
No, lost.
I think
No,
public record
excuse
says it's
me.
carried.
It is lost.
It was carried.
Yeah, you're getting carried away, Ian. It is lost
It's
on
out
the
there.
casting vote of the mayor. The meeting is closed. We will deal with the other items at the beginning. Chris, is that what we'll do? Well, they're not adjourned. We haven't adjourned the meeting. We've finished the meeting. There's no adjournment. Finished the meeting, but we haven't completed.
Doesn't the
rest
rule
of
say
the
you have to
items.
adjourn to a date?
Well, I'm happy to accept an adjournment because it does help, because then we deal with those,
I think you're supposed to adjourn to a date.
No, we haven't got, I don't have a motion in front of me to adjourn. We've actually finished, I've closed the meeting, so there's no adjournment. You know, if you want an adjournment, we sort of need to get it in a little bit earlier. But what I would, are we able to deal with those other matters first? No, we'll deal with no. All right, we can have a chat. Nathan, we can have a chat about when we can deal with your motion. What was that? Yeah, well, I mean, we could always, we've got that special meeting, but we want to deal with the local government. So we might maybe have a think about if you want to add that. I'm